I don't care. I don't even care. We'll just stay on the screen. It's working. It's working. We're good. I gotta buy a new interface. That's how we're starting this podcast. Fuck, man. That sucks. We're live.
We're live right now,
buddy.
Okay,
cheers.
Sweet. Cheers.
Cheers, man. Thanks for coming down.
Yeah,
Ben.
of course.
It's been a weird night getting to know you.
Yeah.
Nothing but weird problems.
Yeah. That happens. So.
The joys of podcasting or doing really any live entertaining. Music is the same. I'm sure you've experienced.
Yeah.
With your resume, you've probably experienced dozens of moments like that.
Oh yeah.
And you're not even probably phased.
Rolling with the punches. That's part of the game for sure.
Well, Ben, before we get balls deep into anything, tell people who you are and what you do, please.
My name is Ben Fagerness. I play drums in like 5 different bands right now.
Like all drummers. I actually put that in your bio.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Cavernous Maw, Grave Slave, Sky Island, Glory Hole Guillotine, and Herder. Guillotine.
Do you say guillotine?
I kind of go back and forth.
Okay. I have this weird compulsion of correcting people when they say things, pronounce words wrong.
I recently started saying almond instead of almond.
Really?
For some reason. My girlfriend corrected me on that. It was pretty funny, but
there's a difference between pronouncing something wrong and having like a weird regional thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So my wife says milk. And I bust her balls for it so much. But there's roof and roof. That's different. You know what I mean? That's colloquial.
Yeah,
bullshit,
for sure.
But almond, I've never heard almond, but
yeah. I should probably just stop that. But yeah, the 5 bands.
I should probably stop that, he said. I mean, do whatever you want, dude.
Right. I just don't want people to look at me like I'm a fucking moron.
That's the worst possible thing you could do right now. It has nothing to do with anything political going on, but if you fucking say almond, I'll kill you, dude.
Yeah.
I think that's an innocent. You do whatever you want, man. If you want to say almond, dude,
all right. In that case, I'm going to say almond.
Honestly, I'll march for your right to say almond.
That's gonna be my big stand. I'm gonna start just fucking like this is the way it's said now. Maybe 100 years from now, that's just the way it'll be pronounced. They'll do a drunk history episode in 2134. And his name was Ben Fagerness, and he made a stand. Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
That would be amazing. like the ruler who changed Ibiza to Ibiza because he had a lisp.
Oh, I didn't know that
story.
No, I don't. That's
so
funny.
It's spelled Ibiza.
Okay.
But when you're there, everybody says it's Ibiza, and that's because the king at the time had a lisp and couldn't say Ibiza. He said Ibiza, so they started calling it that. And that's officially what it is now. Yeah,
I don't even. I think that's a place in Egypt, right? Or no?
Look it up. Where is Ibiza? Because I'm not playing that fucking game. I'm not from there. I don't have a fucking lisp. It's Ibiza.
Yeah.
So where is Ibiza?
It's in.
All right, we'll pull it up on screen for the. Thank you for answering so quickly, but also pull it up on screen.
Yeah.
I mean now it's too late, but you don't literally have to do it. But okay, so you're in Grave Slave, Guillotine. I typed them all out. I had them all memorized. God damn it, dude. It's fucking drummers, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grave Slave, Guillotine, Sky Island, Cavernous Maw, and Herder.
But it's Guillotine what?
Glory Hole Guillotine.
Glory Hole Guillotine. That's what it is. I was like, God, that's a funny band name, dude.
Yeah.
Where'd that band name come from?
So it was actually named before I joined, but our vocalist Carlos came up with it, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a great band name. Shout out to Carlos, dude.
Yeah.
Because coming up with great band names, oh my god, dude.
It's hard.
Have you ever personally, genuinely come up with a great one that stuck, even if it's not one you're in now?
Yeah. I mean, I named Sky Island and Cavernous Maw.
So Cavernous Maw, that's from a video game, right?
No, I just came up with it.
Really?
I just was looking up like metal or like I can't even remember what I was, because I like to look at the thesaurus. Like I'll just like pick a word and then like look at other words that mean similar things and try to pick names from that. Yeah.
Jason, look this up. Pull this up, because I swear to God, Cavernous Maw is from a video game.
I think
a big time video game.
I think there's a magic card called it as well, which I learned after the fact.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking, but I thought it was a video game. I just thought, I was like, oh, that's fucking cool. Yeah. I remember that. I remember that. So it's either Magic, because I played Magic for about 15 minutes in 4th grade.
Yeah.
Right?
Nice.
Probably longer than that, but you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was, there was the fucking, I think there's a video game, right? Yeah. Is it Skyfall? No, that's not right. What is Skyfall?
So that's the Magic card. That's the set.
Is that what it is? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so it is. Okay. Cool. I knew it was from something. Sick, dude. Shout out to Nilo.
Nilo. That's my bandmate in Sky Island and Cavernous Maw, actually.
Dude, sick, dude. Sick. Thanks, man. Sick studio. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I think of all your bands, the one I'm most into is Sky Island, which is kind of ironic.
Sick. No, right? I mean, that's I mean, I know you're into metal a little bit, but that's obviously like the lightest band I'm in, so
yeah.
That makes sense.
I like Coheed a lot, and I like Protest the Hero a lot.
Hell yeah.
Which for the nerds out there, they know exactly what. For the people that don't know what I'm talking about, there's a lot of major notes in those two bands. And most metal bands are afraid of playing major notes.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
You guys play a lot of major notes in Sky Island, and it's fucking cool. It's
Hell
rad.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
So I know that Cavernous Maw is the one that you guys just released.
Yep.
A thing, but Sky Island's been doing some shit too. So
yeah,
it's weird having you guys that are in multiple bands, because it's like, well, this is the one I'm really doing shit with right now because we just released this, but I'm also in these 4 other fucking bands.
Yeah.
So it's always tough. So we'll try to bounce back and forth between the two. But
okay.
What do you want to promote as far as Cavernous Maw? I know you guys got a EP that just came out, so let's make sure we hit this before we get off the beaten path in anything.
Yeah.
Cavernous Maw, you guys got an EP that just came out.
Yeah.
It's Primitive.
Just Primitive. That's the name of it.
And then what's the name of the single? The Primitive.
Primitive Utopia is the song. Is the song I sang. Yeah.
So the name of the album is Primitive.
Yep.
The song is Primitive Utopia.
Yep.
Yeah. See, I didn't want to. I knew I was on the right path, dude. But it's easy to fuck this shit up, man. Especially you guys, man. These metalheads, dude.
Yep. But yeah, it's super fun. We just it all came about like pretty organically, I would say.
So who's in it?
Just me and Nilo. It's a 2-piece band.
No shit.
Yeah.
Ballsy.
Yeah.
On purpose?
So, yeah. I mean, we've talked about possibly adding a bass player at some point, but I mean, really, there's no, as far as I'm concerned, there's really no need other than like stage presence wise. Like having a 2-piece band, it's harder to look cool, I guess, on stage. But as far as like the sound goes, I mean, Nilo's using a splitter into a guitar amp and a bass amp and doing whatever kind of effects are necessary to make that sound cool.
Like a pedal for an octaver? Or does he actually split it into just a bass amp and just crank the frequency?
So it's basically like digitally split, I guess, because he's using a quad cortex, which will just, it's kind of like an Axe effects, so it'll just recreate whatever. So he's not actually physically splitting it, but he's like digitally splitting it and sending out 2 signals.
So very, very similar, but only one literal cable going into that machine.
Yeah,
and then that's pretty cool, dude. So what is it? I've heard this before. It's a quad core X. Is that what you said?
Quad cortex.
Quad cortex.
Yep.
So it's basically an Axe effects or a Kemper.
Yep. Yeah, same kind of thing.
It's a modeling amp.
Yep.
It's basically a fucking computer.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you feel about that as a drummer? Do you give a shit about tube amps or fucking?
No, I mean, I used to be on the like fucking keep it real, keep it tube train, but I'm totally fine with it now.
People always misunderstand me on this.
Yeah.
I prefer tube amps. They go, tube guy. And I go, no. What my actual opinion is, I'm on the can you make it sound good train.
Yes. Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I don't give a fuck if it's solid state, right?
Yep.
Because that's what the argument used to be.
Yeah.
I give a fuck if you can make it sound good.
Yeah.
None of that other shit matters anymore.
Right.
I think I have an idea on how to get like the best of both worlds, which is like run a fucking Kemper or a Quad Cortex through, run it through a tube amp that you love the fucking tube tone of, so you can always have the option of defaulting back to that.
Yep.
But that's just my dumbass opinion. That doesn't mean I'm a fucking hybrid guy. You know, that's just like, I think that might be a great way to go because you kind of get the best of everything. But that also is probably going to cost you a fucking $5, $6, $7 to do right.
Yeah, I mean, I think in most cases, the modern, like the modern way that everyone seems to be going is the modeling amp works the best. I mean, if you're trying to do like heavy feedback, like classic grindcore kind of stuff, then like you just need a tube amp. You can't really do that with a modeler, in my experience. But I have, like I said, I mean, I used to be a full on tube, like fuck the modelers, but
I play guitar too.
I do a little bit. I actually started playing guitar before drums. I don't usually play very often, but
in case people are wondering, they're like, why is he asking a drummer about guitar tone? Because we listen to you guys play guitar.
Yeah.
Because as drummers, we listen to your guitars.
Yeah.
And sometimes we take our cues off you, so we listen to you the most. Yep. Sometimes you guys are the heaviest in our mix because you're the one we listen to make sure we always know where we're at in the song.
Yeah.
Sometimes we listen to the bass player, depending on the song, depending on the band.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes your guys' tone sucks and it's hard to listen to, you know?
Yeah.
So sometimes as drummers, we do end up with opinions because we prefer to play with these guys because their gear sounds better and it's more enjoyable.
For sure, yeah.
Has that ever affected you when you've decided to join or not join a band? Literally, just whether their gear sounds good, not what it is, tube or solid state or whatever, but like whether their gear sounds good. Where you're like, yeah, they're cool guys, they write cool riffs, but they just sound like shit, and I don't really want to.
Well, so it's kind of interesting how all of the bands I'm in have come about. I guess I've never really been in a situation where I was like trying out for a band or something, and I was just like, oh, these guys' tone sucks, not really driving, and then just like don't want to continue. So like for example, like Roman and I, the primary songwriter in Graveslave and also my bandmate in Herder, we've been playing in bands since 2009 together, and which was like I was only a year into playing drums at that point, so I just kind of I would have opinions about tone, but it wasn't like your tone sucks, I'm not going to be in this band anymore. It was like he's like the guy I know that plays guitar, kind of thing. And then Glory Hole Guillotine, I joined them when I got a call to...
Great band name. I'm sorry. That's a great band name, dude.
Yeah, thanks. I joined them when I got a call to see if I wanted to go on tour in Europe. So regardless of their tone, I was just like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm down with that. I do like their tone, but... and then Nilo, I was friends with him for a while before we even formed a band, so it all kind of just worked out. And I do also love his tone as well. So yeah, to answer your question, there's never really been a situation where I was like, oh yeah, I don't want to be in this band because of the tone.
No, and that's what I meant. I wanted to make sure I didn't say tone, but it was just like they just sound like shit. Like they're cool guys, because I have. Yeah. I've been like, dude, like they're cool guys. Like, yeah, a bunch of their riffs are cool, and like maybe we could do something cool, but like I was in the room and just it sounds like shit. And like I don't want to be the guy to have to come in and like, hey man, let's upgrade gear and let's do, I don't want to do a whole thing. I don't want to like, and I certainly don't want to be in a band that sounds like shit.
Oh yeah.
No matter how cool these guys are. So like, no, I don't want to play live with these guys because it's gonna be embarrassing. Yeah. Because I know guys that do care about tone, including like some fucking amateurs, including some fucking pros, right? It's not just tone snobs, but it's people across the whole thing where it's just like they do know what they're talking about and they have taste. And yeah, I would kind of embarrass myself if I like went on stage with all this shitty sounding equipment and we sound like
yeah.
shit. And it's like, because isn't that, tell me if you agree with this, right? Like,
Yeah.
and if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, dude. Challenge me. I don't give a fuck. Don't worry that it's my podcast. I think the most important part of going to a concert is the audio experience for the listener, for the concert goer. If it's unpleasant to listen to for any reason, that sucks for them, right?
Yep.
If your guitar's out of tune, if you're playing shitty cymbals, right? If you don't know how to tune your snare drum, if you have shitty gear that you don't know how to dial in, if your singer's off key.
Yep.
Some people won't even know how to articulate why they didn't enjoy your concert.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I 100% agree.
It could be any of those things, or common, you know.
Yeah, completely agree. I make that point all the time to everyone I'm in a band with, is like, everything needs to sound as good as we can make it, because if any one thing is off, like an average audience member that's not a musician themselves might not really know why they don't like the thing as much as they want to.
Exactly.
But they know that it doesn't sound as good as they want it to sound, and they just come away thinking like, oh, that sounded like shit.
Yep.
But they can't really pinpoint it.
Exactly. And the average listener won't even know to go, it was the guitar tone.
Yep.
Let alone go, they were playing solid state amps. I prefer tube tone. No.
Yeah.
Those are snobs. We're not talking about those people. The average listener will just be like, I didn't like that band.
Yep.
And it's just because that one guitar player
exactly. So
has his fucking tube scooped, you know, all mids down, fucking 80s cocaine Metallica sound, you know, fucking.
Yeah.
And
so that's why it's super important to have everything dialed in. Like just because somebody's not telling you that the thing is wrong, like or
they might not know what is wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
And you said it best. The average listener will not be able to articulate what it is. And honestly, the average music listener isn't even going to say anything. They're just not going to ever come to your concert again.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the scary thing.
Yep.
The zero feedback. You have to be able to do that as a band. Do you think, and this is true for us as like performers, like when I mean performers, I mean like in our execution of our parts. And this is true for us as songwriters. As well as the gear we play or the equipment we play. This is also true if you have a bad sound guy.
Yep.
Or you're playing, like you have all great gear, but the club's gear is dog shit.
Yep.
Or
the sound guy just doesn't know what the hell he's doing
at all.
Right.
I can send the greatest signal of all time if I'm using one of those modeling amps.
Yeah.
But if the fucking sound guy has a shitty PA and doesn't know what he's doing, he's going to turn it into dog shit.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still kind of in the old school. Like I want to push air. You know, I want a cab. I'm never gonna go. I'm never ever going to go DI.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if I'm rocking a modeling amp. I'm still rocking a cab.
Yep.
Like it has to happen because at a minimum, we control the tone and the sound directly in front of the stage.
Yep.
So at least those people right here are hearing us. Not that room, not the PA, not the sound guy. They're hearing us.
Yeah, when it comes, it really depends on the room you're playing for that. I would say, like definitely smaller venues, it matters way more to have stage volume. But if you're playing even like the Amsterdam, I just saw Septic Flesh recently. They didn't have any stage volume, and it sounded fucking great.
Yeah, but the Amsterdam's a legit place,
right? And that's what I'm saying. Like if you're playing like places like that, you can get away with it.
Right.
But yeah. Smaller venues for sure.
Because like I was saying, we have to be able to self-analyze because a lot of the average listeners aren't giving us good feedback. Do you have a good way of interpreting fellow musicians' feedback? Meaning like, okay, so-and-so said X, Y, and Z about our performance tonight. But you always have to have that, like, understanding in your head. Most musicians aren't the ones out there buying records. Right?
Yeah.
Now, it's a little different for death metal, right?
Yeah.
Most of those guys are musicians, right?
Yeah.
But But for regular shit, including regular metal all the way into metalcore or pop rock, right?
Yep.
You're not really writing music for other musicians, and if you do, you're probably not going to have like huge crowds and sell a lot of records, right?
Exactly.
And that's ultimately what we're trying to do, is like get our music to the most amount of people, because we do it because we love music.
Yep.
We share it with people because of a multitude of other motivations. But do you have a good way, because this is always the challenge when a fellow musician says something. Sometimes they give you some advice and you're like, I feel you, bro, but like, do you have a good way of filtering what you should and shouldn't listen to when it comes to advice from fellow musicians? When it comes to critiquing your own music or performances?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I like to think so. I mean, I feel like it's a lot of times it's just in the way someone says something. Like they might say like, good set, dude, but if they're, depending on how excited they are when they say that, you might take it more seriously or not. But because, yeah, I mean, it's very rare that somebody, even a fellow musician, is going to say, hey, like, do this, do that. You should have changed this. You should have changed that. So it's kind of like becomes a thing of just picking up perceiving their emotion, I guess, more than anything. But other than your good friends, of course, who hopefully are telling you suck. But
the one that sticks out to me, the like repetitive one that you hear a lot, is if you're in a heavy band doing anything busy, and somebody less heavy and less busy than you has the balls to give you advice, and sometimes it's the right advice, but it's always the same advice. Learn how to be less busy and learn how to play in the pocket.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm getting at here? Is like,
okay,
but you're in a rock band. I'm in a death metal band.
Yeah.
Not great advice in that scenario. You see what I'm saying?
For sure. Yeah. In that case, for something like that, yeah, like
now that's an obvious like toddler analogy.
Yeah.
But we get that all the time as musicians. You get advice. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Yeah, like the random fan or random person just being like, oh yeah, I'd like it a lot more if you guys were just like less technical or less fast. And it's like, well, that's not what we do, so you just don't like our band.
Right. Or they just give you advice where like sometimes you're like, fuck man, that's so true. I never thought of that before.
Yeah.
But most of the time it's weird advice. And it's always like, this is my real question, is like always trying to balance whether that advice is good advice or whether you should just disregard it. Because sometimes taking too much advice can change your art and then it's not yours anymore. And I think we all kind of battle with this a little bit.
I think so, yeah.
To different degrees for each person. And that's why I asked you, because this is a question I don't ask a lot of people, and I should be asking more fellow musicians. Do you have a system or a way to kind of filter through that and process that? Like, oh man, he really struck a nerve. Is that me being insecure or is he right? Like that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I definitely take everyone's feedback and apply it to what I already know, I guess, if that makes sense. But I feel like I mean, me personally, I have a pretty good understanding of what I'm doing, and I'm very analytical to begin with. So odds are, if you're telling me something, not to sound like an asshole, but I probably have already thought of it, or like I'm not doing that for a specific reason or something.
Sure. So you're not ignorant. You're pretty self-aware.
Yeah.
You're pretty, so like if somebody brings something up, you've like, yeah, that crossed my mind too.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying, because I'm kind of the same way. Like, like I'm rarely blindsided.
Yeah, it's rare that somebody blindsides me with like a suggestion or something like that.
It does happen to me though.
Yeah.
Just, it's rare.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck, I never thought of that. Holy shit, you're right. Yeah. Usually it's like, yeah, that's been lingering, or somebody else has mentioned that a couple times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of the last time somebody brought something up that was like, hey, you should change this or do this, or I think this would be cool. That was something that I hadn't already thought about or heard from somebody else or something.
And when those things happen to you, I'm assuming they happened way earlier in your career. And most of the time it ended up being pretty good advice. So for younger musicians then, let's go in the way back machine.
Yeah.
When you were younger, give me an example of some bullshit advice that you correctly ignored. No, for real though, because this is important advice for like younger musicians newer in their career. Because you're a badass drummer, man. I got a lot of respect for you.
Oh, thank you.
We haven't really gotten to talk a lot about this, but like, there's a reason I'm asking you these things. Is 'cause I really want to pick your brain about how you filtered the bullshit and gotten as good as you are. Because I think you're one of the least represented drummers in town. I think you're underrated, and I think when people talk about some of the best drummers in town, I think your name should be brought up a lot more.
Thanks,
right
man.
now.
I appreciate it.
And I think it will be brought up a lot more over the next several years. I think 5 years from now, you will be in that conversation when people are talking about the best drummers in town. So I want to get to how you've, without doing the cliche bio, I started playing drums when I was 8 years old. We could do that. We'll do that when you come back on down the road.
Yeah,
I'm way more curious in the psychology and your approach right now.
I mean,
so give me an example of some bad advice you properly ignored back in the day, because that's what happens to a lot of young musicians. We get a lot of advice. I'm 40 years old. I'm talking like I'm a young musician.
Man, that's kind of a hard question to answer, because like, I mean, I'm sure I heard a lot of bad advice back in the day, but really when it comes down to just learning your instrument or getting better at anything, I think is just locking yourself away and
make sure
practice.
You say super close to that mic.
Oh yeah,
or pull it back to you. Or whatever.
Just kind of like locking your. Oh, there we go. Now I can hear myself in my ears.
There you go, dude.
Yeah, just kind of locking yourself away, and like anyone who says anything, or anyone who says you can get better by doing anything other than just putting in a lot of time, is bullshit. Basically, I mean, it just takes time, practicing the right stuff. Man, I'm trying to think of a better answer to your question.
So let me give
what
you
would
an easier
you
one.
say if somebody asked you that?
It is a tough question to ask, which is kind of why, because I was like, man, I don't know if I can remember this.
Yeah.
But I actually kind of brought one up earlier. Is don't be so busy. Learn how to play more in the pocket. Like, I understood his point, but what he didn't understand, because here's why it was bad advice. Because what he didn't understand is the band I was in was already super simple and playing in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So my job was to fill the sonic space. Because music is the organization of sound and silence.
Mm-hmm.
That's the simplest way to explain music, right?
Yeah.
It's the organization of sound and silence. That's true for rhythm and for melody, right?
Yep.
It's everything.
Yeah.
What he didn't understand is that my guitar player and my bass player were playing super simple parts, chord progressions, right? So I was filling more of like a Dave Grohl role or a John Bonham role than I was... whatever the fuck his name is from AC/DC.
Yeah.
But he heard AC/DC and thought I should be playing AC/DC drums. And what he didn't understand is what made our band special is that we were not doing anything conventional. So my bass player was playing hip-hop inspired bass lines.
Yeah.
My guitar player was doing something much closer to what a bass player would normally do. He was holding down more of the pocket in the rhythm section. And my bass player would cover those melodies with his hip-hop bass lines, but he would be doing like huge chord progressions all the way up and down the neck, right?
Yeah.
Like literally filling out the sonic space in a completely different way.
Mm-hmm.
So John is coming from everything from like a folk rock, and he likes Weezer and he likes Nirvana, right? So that's how we added the distortion.
Yeah.
Kevin's coming at everything from like a hip-hop producer angle, and that's how he's playing bass. So that's how he's writing these songs. And then me as a drummer, I'm like a metal kid who likes hardcore breakdowns, right? And fucking upbeat, like rockin' fucking 2/4.
Yeah.
You know, put the snare on the 2 and the 4, and let's fucking rock, man.
Yeah.
And if I listen to anybody else, if Kevin listens to anybody else, if John listens to anybody else, including each other, we don't write the beautiful music we write together.
Yeah.
So the music that this guy likes and is coming to give me advice on only exists because we don't listen to this guy.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel like as far as like
That's my example of bad advice.
yeah. As far as like stylistic choices like that, like definitely always just do what you want to do. I mean, and that kind of advice, like if somebody's trying to tell you like, oh, change your songs or change your style of music, like fuck all that basically. Like just like
sometimes they're right, but most of the time I think we should ignore them.
Yeah.
Including musicians that are like better than you or like, bigger than you.
Yeah, when you first asked that question, I was trying to think of something a little bit more like way in the weeds, like, oh, you should turn your mids to 9 instead of 8 or something like that. But as far as like songwriting choices,
you could have answered that question any way you wanted to.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to like
right, for sure. That's just what my brain immediately thought to, which is why I didn't have an answer.
Well, that
right
speaks
away,
to you being a super analytical person, though, is you went very specific.
Yeah,
I'm very philosophical. Almost all the time I'm speaking in analogies and metaphors while I'm trying to make a literal direct point.
Yeah.
Like I'm usually making 2 points at once, which is I'm starting to understand, which is why people find me very irritating from time to time. I'm trying to figure out a way to navigate that.
I appreciate it, but no, you're fun to talk to so far. So yeah.
Well, thanks. Buddy. So far I'm having a great night getting to know you.
Oh yeah.
And I wanted to bring this up because the reason I thought you were really cool is because I've been watching you for a couple years now, maybe 4 or 5 years since I started the podcast. Because I remember the first time I ran into you and approached you was... I remember when it was. I just don't remember how long ago it was.
Do you know where it was?
Yeah. Well, yes, but no. So I don't remember the actual venue, but it was the... I remember the event. It was... by the thousands, the first time they did their like beer release thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at Ven Brewing.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I had already gotten a bunch of dudes on the podcast that I really liked and respected and knew.
Yeah.
That's the key here, is I knew them already. And I was starting to branch out to guys I had never met before.
Mm-hmm.
And you were on the radar. Right? But it was like I was trying to do a bubble thing, like the people who are closest to me and will say yes without question. And then the next ones who will only do it once they've seen it, you know what I mean? And then the next group who are like, they're a little, and then the next group and the next group.
Yeah.
And you were a little farther out because I had never met you before. We didn't have any direct, mutual, super close friends where I could just be like, that's my homie. And he'd be like, you got to do his podcast. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it just took time.
Sure.
So, but I've been watching you for a while, and I've always thought you were a good drummer, right?
Yeah.
But you started doing some weird shit. As far as I knew, it seems like you'd been doing this for a while, but then all of a sudden this Sky Island thing happens.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is weird for this guy. Okay, now I'm super interested.
Yeah.
So somewhere between all of this, I approached you and I was like, I just walked up. I was like, you're Ben, right? And you're like, yeah. I was like, dude, I'm Jared. You should come on the podcast sometime. And you were with some beautiful girl, and obviously you were trying to have a good night. And I just left. I just left you alone.
Yeah.
But it was one of those things where I started listening to different shit you were releasing. And there's certain things you do in your drumming that I genuinely appreciated, because it wasn't the same shit that every drummer would do in that position.
Mm-hmm.
And you know exactly what I'm talking about, because it's what you would do if you use the Logic AI drums, if you program the drums, if you... there's a certain way that certain people do drums, and then there's what I call songwriting.
Yeah.
So there's little things you do within a part to get to a part. So there's certain guys that'll like, if you're playing a riff and you do like a fill at the end of your riff, you do a little scale. There's certain drummers that'll do a fill that'll match that.
Yeah.
And if you do the riff 4 times, they do their drum part 4 times. Right?
Yeah.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yep.
That's not songwriting. That's writing parts.
Yeah.
And that's copy and pasting and then you call that a song. That's not, you didn't write a song. That's at least as far as my language and the way I communicate. I'm not saying I'm right.
Yeah.
These are just my dumbass opinions. You are what I would call closer to a songwriter on drums. Now, I'm not going to fucking sit here and call you Neil Peart. I'm not gonna blow smoke up your ass.
You're right.
But
I appreciate that.
But when I listen to your music, you're not just writing a part to a part, a part to a part, a part to a part, and then recording it. Like, it seems like, and maybe I'm wrong, dude. Tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong. But it seems like you're writing a song.
Yeah, I mean, thank you a lot. I appreciate that. I like to think of it that
That's a rare trait in drummers.
That I do that because I mean, as I've grown older too, I've started to think of myself more as a I'm not necessarily like I'm not a drummer or I'm not a metalhead. I'm just a musician, I guess. So it's kind of the way I look at things. But yeah, I mean, I always try to serve the song, and I've always like. It's become apparent at this point that I'm a super analytical guy, so I'm always trying to jazz it up a little bit and keep things flowing. I definitely look at drums as like whenever somebody's not doing anything interesting, it's my job to do something interesting, kind of thing.
That's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Yep.
Yeah.
Fill in the space.
Yep. And just keep things flowing, keep things sounding good. I mean, I really love just straight up free jamming with people. Like, I run every guitar player in all my bands right into my headphones, so I can be like super locked in. So there's no.
That's what we do here now.
Yeah.
Yep. I got a mic on their cabs.
Yep.
Goes through my board. I got in-ears now. So everybody has them now. So fucking we run everything through the board. I can record it. I can stream it to YouTube on a private streaming that night while they're on their way home. Here's the link.
Yep.
Here's the link to our practice.
It's such a huge help.
It's sick.
It's fucking great.
Especially when it sounds good.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just easily record everything and listen back to it and like, oh, I like this. I didn't like that. I want to change that next time. And just like in the moment too, there's no like lost in translation. Like I can kind of hear it. I kind of can't. There's never that issue with it right in your ears. So that's a big help for sure. But yeah, like especially when I was younger, we used to jam in my first band, Johnny Allen. We'd practice like.
That's a good band name too.
Thanks. I was actually in that with Roman and Zeb, who's the vocalist in Herder as well.
Zebulon.
Yeah, Zebediah.
Oh,
yep.
Okay. Zeb's a cool name, man.
Yeah, it's definitely.
I knew a Zeb. I grew up with a Zeb. Zebulon.
Nice.
Zebulon Pike. No.
That's a band, I think.
It is
a band.
That's a band. But his name was Zebulon, but I don't remember his last name now that I think about it. Yeah. Cool name, Zeb, man. I might name a kid Zeb.
Yeah.
You know why? Because I don't give a fuck.
There you go. Hell
no,
yeah.
I do give a little bit of a fuck. I'm not Elon Musk. I'm not naming my kid fucking
XAE.
numbers.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that. No, but before we get too off the beaten path, I think one of the things you're talking about and one of the things I'm complimenting you on, I think is shown right away at the beginning of the Cavernous Maw single that you wanted to play tonight. And we're going to play it here. I think it's a perfect segue to play it anyways, because honestly, I got to go take a leak regardless. So it's all kind of, the stars are kind of aligning for this. But I think this is really impressive because what you're doing here in the beginning of this song takes balls. You do this doom, ba, especially as a talented drummer who can do a lot more.
Yeah.
This is a songwriting approach. This is a decision that was made because whether someone agrees with you or not, you and the band, or just you, because the band trusted you, somebody made this decision that I'm going to fucking dumb this thing down to the simplest possible thing I can do and let the guitar riff fucking drive this fucking riff.
Yeah.
And I love the decision that you made because you also don't do this in the following stanza or however you want to refer to the next section. But then you go back to it. So what you're building is that organization of sound and silence. You're building that fucking juxtaposition. So when you hit that double bass part and when you pull back to the single bass part, it matters. Both stand out from each other.
Exactly. And thank you for noticing that because, that was a conscious... And like a blast beat or double kicks are heavy on their own, but they're extra heavy if you go into it with a full-on 4 on the floor beat. So I do like to do that a lot.
Yeah, and this is literally the classic entertainment philosophy of let's leave them wanting more.
Yeah.
Right. Don't give it. And this is why I don't like a lot of death metal, is because it's just blast
crazy
beats
all
the
the
whole
time.
time.
Yeah.
But man, and that's why I started to appreciate the grindcore subgenre of death metal and deathcore and all those other things, because that started to bring in some of those other aspects. And I think you guys do that pretty well. Would you still classify it as grindcore?
Cavernous Maw?
Yeah.
No, we've gone with the blackened caveman death metal.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now we're getting a little up. Now we're getting a little too much, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God, dude. The subgenres of subgenres of subgenres at this point. All right, so this is Cavernous Maw, Primitive Utopia.
Primitive Utopia, yeah.
Okay, I don't have the name programmed in here, so I'm trying to do all this from memory, and I apologize if I ever fuck up your guys' band names or your song names. I apologize.
No worries.
Especially you drummers who come in here with 6 fucking bands. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm gonna piss. Theoretically, Jason, I want you to double check the controller on the back end. And then while it's playing, I also want you to click those 3 dots on the song that's playing and double check that it is on monitor and output. Okay, but check the controller first, because the controller is going to kind of be our tell-all. But this is Cavernous Maw, Primitive Utopia.
Correct, yep.
All right. Go back to OBS and just make sure we're unmuted. Are we unmuted? We good? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, dude, I think our interface is fucked, dude. This is why we need more Patreon subscribers, dude. Because now suddenly, and I used to talk about this like 4 years ago. I said one of these days I'm gonna have to drop $500 on this or $800 on that. So yeah, I got to buy a new interface, the one I need to get if I want to do this even better, right? So not just the same but better.
Yeah.
Because I got to go drop about $650, get the Scarlett 18i20. Every single person on the podcast will be their own source. This will be a non-issue. I can trigger even more things. I can do a lot more options. So yeah, I need a new interface. That just got jumped to the fucking top of the list. We were going to upgrade our cameras. But clearly we got to do something else first.
Yeah.
That's the entertainment business, baby.
So these cameras, do they turn on and off like with the audio as well at the same time with like the same button push or no?
No, they're always on.
Oh, okay.
And then what we do is it's called switching a scene.
Okay.
So it switches to a different group of sources, basically.
Okay.
So one scene is that camera that only looks at you.
Yeah.
And then it's these two microphones. So it can still hear both of us. And then what I have it programmed to do is that when this so if I shut the fuck up, it just stays on you.
Yeah.
Right. And then if this microphone goes over a certain decibel level, it switches to a different scene, which is just that camera and these two microphones.
Okay.
And then we have a third scene where it's that overhead camera and it looks at both of us at the same time, and it's that camera and just these two microphones.
Okay.
And so the cameras are always running. And so it's just like a real broadcast thing that most of us have seen, at least at a minimum in a TV show or a movie, where there's a thing you can do and you can look at all the different scenes. So if he wanted to, he could pull it up and see that middle camera and look at the camera that only looks at you and look at the camera that only looks at me.
Okay.
And then he could like come in, make adjustments to these things, quote unquote, behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what we were talking about before the podcast. I said, it's not very user friendly, but this fucking thing is powerful.
Yeah.
But like I said, until some shit goes wrong.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're like,
Exactly.
what the fuck is going on? Like, I might need to update OBS. That might be the problem. The problem might not actually be my interface.
Yeah.
I might need to update OBS. I don't know. It's the world we live in, man.
Yeah.
Unless you got 20, 30, 40 grand to go buy a fucking professional TriCaster setup,
Yeah.
you're gonna be fucking fiddling with something, dude.
Yep.
That's just how it works, man.
Yeah, because I would love to. I've been thinking about trying to look into like a multi-camera setup where I can start and stop all of them all at once with the audio recording for like drum playthrough videos.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's you have all the options. It's just, dude, I'll help you do that.
Okay.
I'm actually pretty good at this. I've helped a few people already do this.
That'd be sick.
It all just comes down to is how much money do you want to spend? What gear do you already have?
Yeah.
Right? So
Yep.
what can we work with already? Are you on a Mac versus a PC? Do you already have a couple webcams? Are they good enough? What kind of audio capture device do we have? Do you have a board like I have? Or do you just have all the mics? You know what I mean? Like, there's a bunch of different options.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of what you have, what you want to accomplish, and then what your budget is to get there. Do you want to do everything correctly out of the gate and spend a bunch of money up front? Or do you want to do what I did, which is spend what you can right now, and then as you get more money, slowly upgrade piece by piece? We can do whatever you want, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Makes me think of have you seen the movie Gran Torino?
Yeah, but it's been a long time. Yeah,
Okay,
that's the Clint Eastwood one, right?
Yeah.
With the Asian kid?
Yeah,
With the black kid? Was he Asian or black?
Asian.
Yeah,
Yeah, where he's like, "Where'd you get all these tools? I've just been accumulating them."
You want
for
another beer?
50. Sure, yeah. Thanks. But yeah, we're not live right now, are we? Oh, we are live. Okay, sweet.
These work.
Dude, hell yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for going the extra mile.
No,
and,
no.
Grabbing Hefeweizens. I fucking
No, don't
love
mention
these.
it. You said you had an affinity for them. They weren't hard to find, as in like I had to go anywhere special. It was hard to find, as in on the shelf. like Hefeweizens and wheat beers just aren't a fucking thing anymore.
Oh yeah,
Like
it's all
Summit
IPAs
used to make
now.
one. You know what I mean? Summit used to make one. There's always Blue Moon, but like there used to be like a dozen.
Yeah, it's all IPAs now.
Dude,
It's crazy.
That was literally the only one other than Blue Moon. I couldn't believe it. I was like, where did they all go? No Summit Hefeweizen anymore.
Yeah, there's some like this is one of my favorites. What is it? Hogarden's good. Yeah, there's a couple of them around, but yeah, it's definitely not a lot of the craft brewers are doing Hefeweizens or wheats for whatever reason. Not extreme enough, I don't think. It's like porters, stouts, or IPAs. Like this is kind of like a middle ground beer, I guess.
Oh, Jason, you know what it is? I know what it is, dude. I'm sorry, Ben. Live on air production meeting. I know what it is. We had this problem before. We've literally solved this problem. You got to go into the music sources, every single one of them, including my intro music, his music. Remember? You got to go and click it from monitor on to monitor off to back to fucking monitor and output. You remember that? You remember we did that? So bring it up on the screen. I'll coach you through it as him and I keep talking. So go to his guest 2 because we already did guest 1. Hold on, let me turn guest 1 off. Shit, we forgot to do this, dude. I gotta get better at this, man. Okay, go to guest 2 and right click on it. No, not that. Stay on the main overhead, dude. Go to that music right there. Right click that guest 2. The second one. Yeah, right click that. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't do that. Fuck, we can't do it until we play the music. Fuck. Okay, when we play the music, you know how it shows up in the audio mixer down there?
Yeah.
Scroll over to your right. See like my source that's going ballistic right now?
Yeah.
The 3 dots. Okay, that. Advanced audio properties. So when his music starts playing, go over to audio monitoring. See where it is up there? To the right, right there. Remember this? So when his music is playing, you have to pull this screen up, click that, pick a different one, and then go back. Remember this?
Yeah.
And then go back. Yep. And you might have to close it, go back and do it again, and then reopen it and do it again. But that I guarantee you that's what it is. Because we verified the audio interface is working correctly. So it's just a matter of it not coming through, which is an OBS thing. Sorry, dude.
No worries.
If I didn't get that out now, I wouldn't have remembered that later.
Yeah.
I would have just been like super frustrated and trying to figure it out. But
yeah,
it
I feel
hit
ya.
me. It was one of those epiphany moments. But okay, let's get back to talking about one of your bands.
Yeah.
So you guys intentionally set out to be a 2-piece? Or is that just kind of how it came to be? Did you like, we want to do a Royal Blood thing, but metal? Because I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah. We pretty much, we would have liked to have. It's pretty much like what are the pros and cons? Like the pros of being a 2-piece band are way easier to schedule. We can get everything sounding exactly the way we want. Neil, like as far as in terms of Cavernous Maw, Neil can use a splitter. So realistically, the bass would just be following the guitar anyways, because it's like that's kind of the style we were trying to go for to begin with.
You're not trying to get a fucking
nah. And so it's like we can get the sound we want as a 2-piece. Why not just be a 2-piece?
Cool. So you kind of had a sound in mind.
Yeah.
When either just before you started writing or while you were writing, you already had a sound in mind.
Yeah.
Both of you, and you were pretty. Whether you talked about it or not, you guys were pretty unified. You were headed down the same road together.
Yeah. So it's when in terms of like Sky Island and Cavernous Maw, I had the complete. I wouldn't say like the complete vision, but like Cavernous Maw is like way more my calling the shots, driving the ship kind of thing. Whereas Sky Island, I would say, is way more Nilo calling the shots, driving the ship.
And let's explain what that means to people, because that doesn't mean you're a dictator.
Yeah.
What it means is like you originally had an idea and you're like, hey, let's do this.
Yeah.
And then when somebody comes up with an idea, you're like, yeah, that's perfect. Let's do that. Or you're like, that's not perfect. Let's tweak it. Or that's trash. We're not doing that.
Yep.
But it doesn't mean you're a dictator.
Yeah.
Because everybody still has.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's not like I'm saying like fuck you, we're doing this, but it's like it's like this is like the direction I've thought of. Like let's try it out.
Do you appreciate the difference between the two roles?
Yeah,
for
sure.
I do too.
Yeah.
I have one where I'm in complete control, and I have one where I'm just a guy. I still have input and influence.
Yeah,
but man, I was talking about it. Was it tonight with you, Jason, or was it last night with somebody else? Where I was like, man, I have no control, and it's kind of awesome.
Yeah,
like I just do my job.
Yep.
Was that tonight?
Yeah,
that was tonight.
It is very cool just showing up and playing drums in certain projects.
Yeah, it's fucking great. Dude.
Yeah.
And then if you have a good idea, you can like pitch it. And if you're really passionate, you can sell it, or even like, oh, they didn't buy it. Let me wait a couple weeks and bring it up again.
Yeah.
But like, there's no pressure.
Yep.
It's so nice.
Exactly. Yeah, like that's how it is in Glory Hole Guillotine for sure, is like I just show up, play drums, and just keep saying yes and keep being able to play the material, and we're all good to go.
I do think Guillotine sounds better.
Yeah, I think so.
Glory Hole Guillotine sounds better.
Yeah.
It also sounds more violent. What do you think, Jason? You think I'm on fucking drugs right now? I think Glory Hole Guillotine is the better way to pronounce that name.
I think so. I think you're right.
I also think it's the correct way to say that word, which is highly debatable, but I'm pretty sure there's only actual one correct way to say it. It's like tortilla, but it's Italian, not Spanish. But I'm pretty sure it's guillotine.
Okay.
I'm almost 100%. I'm like as close to 100% as I can be without being.
Yeah. You wouldn't die on the hill, but
I would die on the hill.
Okay.
I would die on this fucking hill. Jason, look it up. I'm pretty sure it's guillotine. Let's look it up. We can prove this. We have a producer. Let's look this up. But my big thing is I'm torn because I'm definitely more of a fan of the Sky Island shit, dude.
Yeah.
So like I want to, but you guys didn't just release shit, so I want to like also give respect to talk as much about Cavernous Maw as possible.
Realistically, we did just release an album as well. I mean, the Real Life came out. Fuck, it's like 3 months ago. I think it was still this year. It might have been late last year.
What intrigued me to start off with is like, obviously you guys are badass. You're a great drummer. You're one of my. By the way. I said I was going to wait before I brought this up. By the way, I wanted to say this. You're quickly becoming one of my favorite local drummers.
Well, thank you.
Because I listened to a bunch of your shit today while I was at work, and I was like, this motherfucker smokes, dude. Like, he's badass, dude.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate it.
That is not how you spell guillotine, you fucking dork. Oh, my God. Dude, that is not even close. It's the second one. It's the second one. That's how you spell guillotine. And I am correct. It is guillotine. It is guillotine. Thank you, Google. You fucking weirdo. Jesus, Jason.
That was incredible.
You got there.
That was amazing.
You got there, but it was a long road, homie. I love you so much, Jason. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. You know, and here's the thing. He's smart.
Yeah.
He can't spell for fuck all. But if you ask him some deep shit about some politics or the right sports, this motherfucker will fucking run circles around you. Like, he is not a dumb person.
Okay.
As much as I bust his balls,
yeah,
he is sneakily intelligent. He just can't fucking spell or type for shit. And the way he works himself around a computer, it's like I'm watching a woman at 7 years old, girl, at 7 years old, swing a hammer for the first time sometimes.
Yeah,
and it's just like, I don't think we're going to have you on the construction site, honey. Like,
yeah.
I got to find a different job for Jason because he's elite.
So,
but man, like Jason.
Can people that are watching see that? Could they see the spelling?
They should have seen that.
Okay.
Yes. They should have.
So they did see how
if he's
badly
doing
it
his
was.
Job correctly.
They did see how comically bad that spelling was.
Jason, please tell me that made it on screen. Okay.
Nice.
It was egregious, you guys. For the listeners who can't see this on audio, it was egregious. It's a problem. We're gonna need 2 keyboards back there in the future.
yeah, that was funny.
That's fucking hilarious, dude. Oh my god, dude. We're clipping that. We're clipping that. Actually, we can't clip it because you didn't put it on screen, you lucky son of a bitch. Because that would have been elite. Can you even remember how he spelled it? Was it G-E-I-T?
Oh, God. It was like G-E-E-I-T-I-N, I think.
Yeah, it was G-E-I-T-I-N, I think.
Yeah.
Guillotine. So phonetically, he nailed it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
no, but he did pull it up on the screen. It's guillotine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's guillotine.
Yep.
Which doesn't make a lot of sense because the Italians don't do that a lot. So what I think happened, if I remember, because I'm obsessed with etymology, if I remember correctly when I looked this up, is the Italians invented something and named it after something Spanish. Which is why the double L is guillotine, like tortilla. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I
don't want to derail this podcast. If this was a different podcast, we would deep dive this right now because I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm obsessed with this. But we'll do it on a different podcast. Or Jason, you can look this up in the background.
Dude, I am like
maybe
the king
we'll
of deep diving and just random bullshit and going down Wikipedia rabbit holes.
By the way, usually when guests come on, there's like a 60 or 70% chance I immediately know their heritage just by their last name because I'm obsessed with etymology.
Yeah.
Yours, I could not nail, and I decided not to look it up. Is it Swedish?
Close. It's Norwegian.
Okay.
There's actually...
It's the ESS is what kind of gives it away.
Yep.
But I'm curious, so tell me.
So there's actually
Do you know what it means and all that?
I don't, but there is actually a city in Norway called Fagerness.
Okay.
Just with one S though. So I believe that was kind of an Ellis Island kind of thing where my ancestors came over and was like wanted to make it more English sounding. So I believe it used to be one S.
Okay.
And then they...
What I would have thought is there was an extra E at the end. That's what I would have assumed.
Yeah,
being Swedish or Norwegian or any of those things.
Yeah, because the town in Norway is spelled exactly the same, but just with one S.
Gotcha. Okay.
So.
Okay. And they did like to fuck around like that when people came to Ellis Island.
Yep.
They would spell your name for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if a lot of British people had something that ended in SS, they would just do that to you too.
Yeah, because like if you were to say like
that's a good assumption to make, even if it's wrong. It's a smart, like educated assumption. Like it makes sense logically.
Yeah. And actually, I should dig into this a little more because most of my ancestors did come over around that time. Like my lineage of Fagerness is, I guess, have been here since about 1900. So.
That's what happened to my original birth last name. So I go by Jared Singer, but my birth name was Jared Cantor, which is the literal Yiddish word for singer. The irony is that we were Jews in Poland, so we added Ovich to the end of our name. So we were Kantorowicz in Polish, which is an addition to a Jewish word. And I don't know enough about Polish language and lineage to figure out why they did that, but I know that they did it because it like, so if my name meant singer, Ovich, Avich, I got a buddy named, he's not a buddy, but like I know a guy named Rudy Pavich.
Yeah.
Similar, right? Like it's all these things matter, right? So it's like Kantorowicz made it. So it was like singer of
Yeah.
this region or whatever the fuck it, whatever, right?
So say that again. Your birth name was Cantor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kantor, which is the literal Yiddish word for singer.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we moved to Poland, right? And they added Ovich, so it was Kantorowicz.
Interesting.
Kantorowicz, right? If you're super Polish.
Yeah, yeah.
But then when we came to Ellis Island, they fucking nixed the end of it, and we went back to the original origin of our name.
Yeah.
So then when I got married, my wife didn't want to be Kate Cantor. She's like, it sounds like I'm doing the weather. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of sexy. She's like, no. She's like, no, we're not doing that. And then her dad was pressuring her to keep her last name, right? Not pressuring her, but he was like, you should keep your name. It's a good name. And I was like, we're fucking not feminists. We're not doing that. I'm also kidding.
yeah.
But I was like, so what if we do this?
You just both picked a name.
Well, I was like, here's the thing. I'm not really a Cantor because that's my mom's maiden name.
Yeah.
Right. So if like this is Game of Thrones, I was a bastard, right? So I should be like Jared Snow if this is.
Yeah.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah,
so
yep,
it's like, and then I was raised by a stepdad with a different last name. So I was like, technically, I went by that name for years.
Yeah.
Years. And then my mom married another guy, right?
Yeah.
Years later. And then that's the guy I actually consider my dad, even though my dad's biological name is something else.
Yeah.
So like you can have all these arguments, I should have this other last name. So I said, you know what? Fuck it. When we get married and we have kids, let's kind of start it. Let's hit the reset button.
Yeah.
And what we'll do is we'll just translate my name.
That's cool.
So we'll go from Cantor, the literal Yiddish word for singer, and we'll just be Singer. Because every name we could possibly pick for our kids sounds good with the last name Singer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah.
It's not this super deep thing that mattered. It was just a step-by-step evolution of like, and technically I didn't translate my name.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Technically I didn't change my name. Technically I translated my name, which is also something that a lot of people did at Ellis Island.
Mm-hmm.
Because when they tried to say their name and they couldn't understand it, they were like, what does that mean? And they'd be like, farmer.
Yeah.
I'm a farmer.
Yeah.
Because that's how.
And they would just give you whatever. Or I mean, I think a lot of people just like picked a more English sounding name. I think just to try to fit in more.
Yeah, and that's definitely true. But in my family, like, so my grandmother's side of the family, her last name is Pataki. Is how but it's Pataki if you do it right, because she's Hungarian. Well, Pataki is the name of the river they grew up on.
Yeah.
So if you there's a group of Patakis or Patakis that came to America, and their last name is River or Rivers.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
that
it's just kind of like
too.
whatever you were next to. Yeah.
I think that's translated.
I think that's pretty common in like how people pick their last names, just like what they did or what they were next to or whatever. Yeah. So I have we used to party at this girl Kirsty Cantor's place in Princeton.
Kantor.
Yep.
Then we're definitely related.
Yeah.
I don't know her, but we're related.
Yeah.
All the Cantors are related. This is what I found out through deep diving.
Okay.
Yeah, all the Cantors. So there's two groups that came over, two brothers. And I don't know that this is true, but this is what I found out. This is the closest thing to an authority I can find, other than doing a DNA test on all these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
There's two brothers that came over. And on the fucking boat trip over, they got in a fight, I think over a woman.
Yeah.
And they
Makes
split.
sense.
One group stayed on the East Coast, and the other one came to the Midwest. Most of them settled right here in Minneapolis. One tiny group, and I'm talking like they got here, had kids, and then they moved again. One tiny group made it out to like Colorado. Another group made it to Canada. But yeah, we're kind of like all in this very specific circle. So
and I grew up
you
like
can tell if you do the band into Europe, you can tell where we came from.
Yeah,
like you do the weather and the farming and like and like this is our land, we know how to do it.
Yeah,
you can see like this is where the Cantors went. Like
for sure,
super fucking obvious that we're all the same people.
Yeah. The other thing I have to say about your last name story is I have a friend who basically did the same thing. Her original name was Rudlong, and then
Rudlong.
Yeah, like RUD.
That's super
long.
German.
Yeah, and then I can't even remember what her husband's original last name was, but it was something as like he's a Hispanic, so it was like Perez or something.
Sure, yeah.
So they went with
Juarez.
Yeah, they went with Rudez.
That's super cool.
Yeah,
that's super cool. Except when somebody dumb is like Rudes.
Yeah,
some idiot's gonna do that. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because that definitely factored into our decision to do singer. Because I get irritated when people say Jared Cantor. It's just Cantor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But my name has different variations that all mean the same thing. It just tells you where we came from.
Yeah.
So Canter is like purely British. But there's Cantor.
Isn't that like a candle? What is a cantor? Isn't that like a
singer?
Or like there's a different basically sounds the same, like a candle cantor or something.
Look this up, Jason. See if he's onto something. Because I think you're right. Because I know decanter.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking of.
Decanter, but that's like something that like aerates wine or whatever. But the spelling of Canter tells you it's like purely British. Right?
Yeah.
Cantor means you're like Eastern European. Moved to that area, right? Like, you see where I'm going with this? Like, like all the. And I love this shit. I'm super fascinated with this.
It is very interesting, yeah,
because it tells a huge story.
Mm-hmm.
Like our last names and our all this shit, dude. Yeah, I know where my name comes from, dude. Yeah. Oh, there it was. Cantor is still a church musician.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it always comes down to like it always so the last name Cantor always comes down to some version of like speaker, singer, band leader, orchestra, or not orchestra. What's the guy who leads the orchestra? What do they call that guy?
Conductor.
Conductor. Yep. It's basically that, right?
Yeah.
It's like the which makes perfect sense for my fucking yada-da fucking ass who can't shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
of course I start a podcast. Of course me. Of course.
I was gonna say that's
dude.
perfect for you. You got drums right there. You're into music.
By the way,
that's fucking awesome.
By the way, did you see that drum set?
I did.
My pride and joy.
I played on it.
90s Star Classic, dude.
Oh, I
From
didn't.
Japan.
I didn't even notice what it was. But
did you? In fact, that's
fine. Birch shells, right?
No, it's maple.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure. Oh fuck! Now I'm.
I thought Star Classic. I guess dude. I don't know it all, but
no, fuck, dude. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it is a birch kit. 1990s Japanese Star.
So I've looked at a few Star Classics over the years, and they were birch.
Jason, yes. 1990s Japanese Star Classic Tama drum kit. Wood type. Yeah, dude, I think you just fucked my whole world up, dude, because I'm pretty sure this is a maple kit, but now I'm starting to think you're right. As soon as Rich should know. I should just ask Rich. Let me text him. Hold on. This is actually super important.
Yeah, I've looked at a few Star Classic kits over the years, and
in fact, I'm going to call him. I'm going to fucking
birch.
call him. I'm going to fucking call him. I'm going to fucking call him right now.
There you go.
I'm not even going to fucking ask him. Pure birch, pure maple, or hybrid birch bubinga. No, that's just all of them, dude. Did you highlight that, or did they do that? Yeah, that's just a Star Classic. That's a generic response. I'm gonna call Rich. Let's find out. You just fucked my whole world up, dude.
Speaking of random drum stuff, there's a if you're ever out in Denver. There's a guy that goes by Lodo Drum Guy. Nice. Dude, he looks like fucking Lexi Liho. Did he used to play in Children of Bodom?
No, he was the drummer for Skyway. He's my current bass player, actually.
Okay, nice.
What up?
Dude, I need to know something, and I'm embarrassed. But you're live on the podcast, by the way. I'm embarrassed.
Ooh.
I'm embarrassed to admit I don't know the answer to this question.
If I don't know it.
if the kit I bought from you, the 90s Star Classic, is it a maple kit or a birch kit?
That one's maple.
Maple. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, I thought, I felt so stupid. Thank you. Okay. Do you want to say anything crazy and embarrass me while you're on the podcast real quick?
Yeah, that one's maple. Pretty sure of it.
Okay. All right. Do you want to embarrass me real quick and say anything crazy, or because I'm ready to let you go?
Well, I mean, you didn't want me to talk about what we talked about last night, right?
No, I don't. All right, goodbye.
What did you talk about last night, Jared?
Rich
funny.
for the fucking win, bro. Okay, it is maple, yeah. But like that thing said, it could have been birch, it could have been birch bubinga, like
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a maple kit. So it's loud. It's fucking loud, dude.
Yeah.
But man, my big thing about that kit, dude, is like, I don't care how nice it is, dude. The thing that I'm so fucking proud about with that kit is how good I have it sounding. Now, it may not sound as good as everybody else's kit when you play it naked in the room. But I'm telling you, dude, that fucking drum set, the way I have everything dialed in, when the whole band starts playing, the way that fucking thing cuts through the mix, I'm telling you, everyone, they're like, dude, your fucking kit sounds great, dude.
Hell yeah, dude.
It's
That's what it's all about.
That, and it makes me fucking giddy, bro. Like the bubbles that happen in my gut when people tell me my gear sounds good.
Yeah. I feel that.
Come on.
I feel that.
You've heard that. You're a good drummer.
that.
You've heard that, dude.
Yeah, I feel that. I've never been much of a gearhead. I'm also of the belief that, like, even though we just got done talking about the wood type of your drums, like, I think the heads and the tuning and the cymbals and all that, like, matter much more than the actual wood.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah,
because you could have the greatest wood in the world, but if you tune your heads like shit.
Yeah. For sure.
It's the same argument we made earlier about gear. Tube head.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to dial it in, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep going.
So yeah, like I play on a Yamaha Stage Custom, which is really just a cheap shell pack. It's like a $600 shell pack. But I have like a full set of Zildjian K and Zildjian A cymbals, and I like the pinstripe heads and the the HD dry snare heads, the ones with
That's what I use.
Okay, nice. Fuck yeah.
Now the difference is I have 3 different guys beating the shit out of this fucking snare drum.
Yeah.
Right? And that 2-ply on that HD dry has split oddly. Right? And I think it's because
they've separated? Like,
yeah.
I've never seen that happen.
I know, neither have I. I've been using them for 15, 20 years. Okay? But I've also never had 3 different drummers smashing the same fucking snare head. Okay? It's always just been me.
Yeah.
But I've got me, and I've got 2 drummers playing for me in my other band, all using the same kit.
Are you the singer in those bands, or
no? Guitar player.
Okay.
So I play drums for Montoya, and then I play guitar.
Okay.
And then I have 2 different drummers that play for that band. So what I think is happening is I have 3 different people hitting this same snare drum at different angles, and slowly that has moved that top fly, flexed it, right, as it stretches, right? And I think it's moved, and it's created a tiny little bubble.
That would make sense, yeah.
And I don't think this is a problem with the HD dry. I think this is an anomaly with one random, slightly faulty snare head.
Okay.
And 3 drummers hitting this thing at slightly different angles.
Yeah, and just like over time and whatnot.
Yeah, because I've had these guys, we've all been doing this for a year now.
Yeah.
This is the first one this has happened at. But I do agree with you, because there was this dude named Joe Engel, who's one of the best drummers I've ever met in my life. He used to work for Guitar Center and sell.
Is he a local guy, I'm guessing?
Yeah, badass dude. He did a lot of national shit too.
Nice.
One of the best drummers you'll ever meet in your life.
Yeah.
Not a metal drummer by any means. Like, won't even pretend. But when you want to talk about shuffles, you want to talk about like the elite level of rock drumming
Yeah.
And anything not metal and blast beats,
Yep.
I'm always gonna put Joe Engel in that argument. That's how dope. And he was one of the coolest human beings you'll ever fucking meet or hang out with in your life.
Dude, those kind of drummers are like gospel chops guys. Shit like that is just like, that's what blows my mind. Like,
Yep.
I am like, yeah, there's always the crazy metal drummers and stuff, but that like pure speed, not being able to do anything else is like, it's cool for sure, but like the really sick drummers are always not doing that exclusively.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
This dude. Fuck, what was my original point? What were we talking about? We were talking about, I said not blast beats.
he's like a Nashville drummer guy, just like
Yeah, he did go down and work in Nashville. Fuck, but what was my point? What were we talking about, Jason? What the fuck was I saying? I totally lost my train of thought. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad you interrupted me, but fuck, man, it totally made me lose my train of thought.
about how he worked at Guitar Center, one of the sickest drummers you've known.
Yep. Yep.
Nice
Fuck.
guy.
Well, in bringing his name up was super important to the story that we were going towards. So that's what so what were we talking about before I brought up Joe Engel?
Oh fuck. The head, the snare head that was.
Oh, yes, thank you. Fuck, you guys are awesome. Fuck yes. Thank you for saving this podcast. So, I have this fucking what's the name of the drummer from the Roots? The black dude, Questlove. I have the Questlove breakbeat kit back there.
Okay, sick.
This is why I brought up. Okay, I wasn't trying to brag about how nice my fucking Thomas Starr Classic kit was.
Yeah.
This is what I was bringing up. I have a 1990s Thomas Starr Classic kit, maple, super high end, fucking top of the line, amazing piece of equipment.
Yep.
Right, but what you said trumped everything. That's cute. And I'm paraphrasing you. I'm drunk history.
Yeah.
I'm drunk history.
I feel you. I know where you're going here.
That's cute, but if you don't know how to tune your shit, it sucks.
Yeah.
You're right. Then we got onto the HD dry, because that is the snare head I use. And one of the things I brag about with my kit is how good it sounds.
Yeah.
Because I learned this weird, obscure, off the beaten path way to tune my drums to get them to cut through the mix. So my drums don't even sound good in the studio. They really don't, because that's not
Do you
what
mean
I learned.
do you mean like not through the mic, or like
Correct.
Okay,
just period.
Yep.
Or even just naked in the room.
Yeah.
Because I didn't tune them for that. What
Yep.
I tuned them for is for live performances in a concert venue, right?
Yeah.
Even a small one,
Yep.
to cut through the mix with a full live band. Now, where I learned this, and it's kind of what you were talking about, Joe Engel was the best at this. Joe Engel took that shitty Questlove $300 breakbeat fucking drum set, and this motherfucker put a bunch of heads on it and tuned them up.
Yeah.
And this motherfucker had the breakbeat kit sounding like literally the best drum set in Guitar Center, because we all worked at Guitar Center together.
Yeah.
And it was one of those lessons for all the other sales guys.
Yeah. Of just like
Know what the fuck you're talking about.
Know what you're talking about.
Stop bullshitting everybody.
Yeah.
Like, when you're trying to, because some of us,
there is like a fine line there though, right? Like, because like somebody can walk in and be like, well, what kit's gonna make me sound the best? And you could look at them and be like, well, honestly, you just gotta know what you're doing. And then they like, well,
nailed it.
You're not really like, so you're saying I shouldn't buy the most expensive drum kit here? I should just buy anything and make it sound good?
So going back to what we talked about earlier about building relationships and sales.
Yeah.
Joe's lesson was, some of you guys are here trying to build a career as a producer, as an engineer.
Yeah.
Some of your clients can only afford this kit, and if you do your job, and sell them good heads and show them how to tune those heads, and maybe even take the extra step of going to their studio and doing it for them, which is what Joe Engel would do, which is what I would do, which is what Kevin Sullivan would do, which is what a lot of great sales guys, Paul Henry, would do. That's what we would do. We would go off the clock to these people's studios and get them running, because that's, if you care about people and build relationships and you're a little selfish and you realize you get a little extra sales in the back end because now they know you care. Right?
Yeah,
like there's a selfish
sure.
incentive. This was his lesson that he was teaching us.
Yeah.
Some of your guys can't afford the most expensive kit, but they expect a pro sound. You can still make that happen.
Yeah.
And if you help them make a record, and even if they don't make profit on it, they do better than all their other buddies who put the same amount of money in because you helped them sound better.
Yep.
They're going to come back to you and buy better gear and do it again and again and again. And this is why Joe Engel was GC Pro. This is why Joe Engel and Paul Henry and Adam Grath and I started to do it. We sold to Prince, and I didn't sell to Beyonce, but they sold to Beyonce and the true pros in the industry, because they built this relationship. They showed you how to do what you could do with your current budget. That's why I said earlier, I will do whatever. I will help you do what you want to do on this fucking live stream podcast, whatever you want to do. And it's just depending on these factors and what you want to do, X, Y, and Z, and we'll just make it happen, dude. And I'll donate my time to make it happen. Because I know, I don't know you.
Yeah.
But I've watched.
You're talking about the drum playthrough I was talking about earlier?
Yeah, whatever
dude,
you want to do.
Yeah,
and
man.
I'll donate my time and I'll help you do it. Because I don't know you, but I know enough about you to know you're going to do it.
Yeah.
So if I help you do it, I'm not wasting my time.
Dude.
And if you do better,
man.
and I'm going to finish this rant on a cliche, something I've said 1,000 fucking times. But here's why I do it. Because if you do better,
then you do better.
The scene does better.
Yeah.
If the scene does better, I do better. If I do better, the scene does better. If the scene does better, you do better. And the ending philosophy of that is the rising tide raises all ships, dude. And I live my fucking life by that. It's that cliche Joe Rogan shit.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
Like, it's the cliche business mindset of abundance.
It is true. It is true, man.
It is true, man.
It's easy to fall into the, looking at everyone else as doing the similar things as competition, but
it kind of
it's in some ways they are, but
and it can be healthy.
Yeah. But I mean, a little bit of competition just makes you better, and two, if you're great, people are going to think you're great anyway. So,
the best part of that is let's pretend I know you're not a big sports guy, but let's say we're both wide receivers.
Yeah.
On competing teams. Right?
Yeah.
So let's pretend I'm the better receiver, even though in this analogy you're the better drummer, right? But let's pretend I'm the better wide receiver. So we do a workout together.
Yeah.
Right? The best thing I can do is encourage you to get you to believe that you can actually potentially challenge me. And you might actually end up being the better wide receiver. Okay?
Yeah.
So reversed, if you do this right, you would encourage me that I could potentially be a better drummer than you, which will fucking excite me and motivate me.
Yeah.
And make me think I could be better than you, which will make me work harder, which will make me push me enough to actually motivate you to work even harder. Right? So you can do this in a selfish way.
Yeah.
While also uplifting your competitors.
Well, exactly.
That's leadership, man.
Yeah, for sure, dude. And
and that happens, by the way. That's an actual. I use that sports metaphor, but that's a literal thing that happens. I've learned that because I've gone to some of those conferences and listened to Brett Favre and Peyton Manning, and I'm talking in person, they're on the stage 30 feet away, and and they talk about this, and this is how they get better: is they surround themselves with people that are as good or better,
or people that can at least
they psych themselves out.
People that can at least hear what they're saying, their words of encouragement, and then feed it back to them. Basically, that makes me think of the helping other people in a slightly selfish way that will end up helping you, but also help them and help everyone. Made me think of my time as a store manager at Domino's. I was doing that for way too long. It's a little bit of a tangent that we definitely don't need to talk about, but
but it's a relatable analogy though.
Yeah,
because we've all done that. Like, fuck yeah, I'm stuck at fucking Domino's, dude, but I need to make more pizzas.
Yeah.
Right? I'm managing these fucking stoners who don't give a fuck about making pizzas. How do I make it matter?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. How do I make this a competition?
Yeah. Exactly, man. And we have to, even as just musicians, right? Like, I'm using the athlete analogy. You brought up the Domino's thing, but as musicians, we do this, and we have to do this. And so I'm interested how you think about this and process this too. Like, do you measure yourself against just yourself? Do you measure yourself against yourself yesterday? Do you measure yourself against drummers that are way greater than you? Because I've noticed, especially recently, as we started to record our rehearsals, I am 100% completely incapable of properly criticizing myself during the performance. Like, I will play a fucking rehearsal or a show and think I absolutely shit the fucking bed. And I'm telling you, dude, like, I will go dark. I'll be like, I fucked up this. Dude, every song I fucked up 6 parts. Every song.
Yep.
And then I listen to the fucking recording, and I'm like, dude, I don't even notice the parts I know I fucked up.
Dude, same. That has happened to me.
You know what I mean?
That has happened to me so many fucking times. Like, especially when you got it right in your ears. So, like, write it like, oh, man, that was like a half a fucking beat off or whatever. But then you listen back, it just doesn't matter at all.
No.
Like,
dude, I don't even notice it.
Yeah.
How is anybody else going to notice?
Yep. For sure.
How do you handle that whole... Because I kind of gave you a lot there.
Yeah.
But feel free to chew on it, riff on it.
Yeah.
Pivot, talk about something else.
Yeah, I mean, I think to some degree, like, especially when it comes to like recordings, it's kind of a snapshot in time. Like, if you plan, I look at it as just like this is like a thing I do. I'm going to keep doing this. It doesn't not everything I do has to be absolutely perfect. As long as I'm having fun doing it, just and like you said, like, if you know you fucked up in the moment, but you listen back and it's like fine, and you literally don't even notice it when you're listening back, then it's really then it's really
expecting
fun.
it, and you're listening for it. And you're like, it sounded fine, dude. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah. Then it's just like really fine. Like, you just like stop worrying about that. Yeah, actually, I'll take can I get another one of these? Hell yeah. Oh, thank you. Sure, actually, fuck yeah.
I got to bring those upstairs and start bringing them to work for lunch, dude.
Hell yeah. But yeah, I mean, now I forgot what I was about to say. There's something about
Snapshot. Oh yeah, you're criticizing yourself.
Snapshot in time,
evaluate. You were saying these recordings are like a snapshot in time.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds bad in the moment, but then you don't even notice it.
Yeah,
and that's when I was like, yeah, even when you know it's coming.
Yeah,
like, you know you fucked this part up, and then you listen back to it and it's fine, and you're like, yeah, and no one even notices.
Yeah, and I guess, like, on a broader point, like, especially in today's music where everything is like so fucking snapped to the grid and perfect, like, I think it seems like people are swinging back around a little bit to like appreciating the human element, which it's kind of is like for example, for the Cavernous Maw record, we recorded that shit totally live. Like, the instruments were live, and then we added vocals in later.
So what people, if I understood you correctly, for the people that don't know what you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong,
yeah,
when you say you recorded that live, that means there may or may not have been a click, which is kind of irrelevant, but you recorded the drums, the guitars, and in Cavernous Maw, there's only drums and guitars.
Yep.
But you recorded it at the same time.
Correct.
You didn't what we would normally call multi-tracking, I guess, which is, in a classical sense, you would record.
Yep.
You would record the drums to like
you'd
a
record the
fake
drums to a
bass
click
track or guitar track, and then erase that, and then re-record everything to those drums.
Yep.
One instrument at a time.
Yep, and keep hammering away until you get the best take and etc.
And you didn't do that.
We did not do that.
That's
I mean,
ballsy, dude.
We recorded the drums and the guitar live. Well, I mean, it was kind of a roundabout live because the guitar was actually just right in our ears. So, like, if you were in the room while we were recording, you wouldn't hear any guitar, but the guitar is being recorded. We recorded straight into the computer in a DI, and then we reamped it later.
Sure.
Which is, I guess, really in the weeds for non-musicians, but
you explained it enough to where anybody that needs to know more. I don't want to detract from your story.
Yeah.
If anybody needs to know more, you can deep dive what a fucking retrack and a DI
what a reamp is,
or reamp. Sorry.
Yeah.
Retrack.
But yeah, so
I guess that's
so the performance is live, and then we reamped the guitar later, and then added vocals on after that.
I don't like reamping personally, just for my style, the way I play guitar.
Yeah,
reamping is not friendly.
Oh,
reamping is not, because I will change the way I play a riff depending on what I'm hearing.
Well, so Nilo was hearing me, of course.
No. I mean of my own guitar.
Oh, right. Well, so and that's the thing too with the Quad Cortex and the DI is like
you can do that.
We're both hearing exactly the guitar tone and exactly how it sounds.
But you can still send.
But just so there's no guitar bleed in the drum mics, kind of thing.
Technology, man.
Yeah. Which is actually the way we jam always anyways as well. Like, so there was really no change from the way we don't
worry about it, Jason.
Yeah. There's really no change from the way we practice too. So like when we practice, there's no actual audible guitar in the practice room. It's only in our ears.
That's what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about pushing air.
Yeah.
I have to push air. I can't do that.
Yeah.
That's not cool with me. It doesn't feel right. There's no sonic because here's the thing, dude, like every once in a while I didn't plug in my fucking my in-ears properly.
Yep.
Or the battery dies, or today all of a sudden the fucking left ear dropped out, so now I got to look into a better quality version. Yeah, that bothered the shit out of me. But
dude,
either way,
I don't know what it is about in-ear. Sorry to derail you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know what it is about like in-ear connectors, and especially the 1/8 inch to 1/4 inch adapters. Those things fucking suck, dude. They're so touchy all the time.
Yeah, my box, it's 1/8 inch into the box. It's a Behringer like preamp basically. Separate volume knob, and then I have the combo jack into the bottom of it. And there's so many things in that chain. So if the cable is wonky, fuck.
Yeah.
If the input connector is wonky, fuck. Right?
Yep.
That's fine. Okay. Well, maybe it's where I'm plugging the headphones in. Oh,
yep.
That's okay. Well, maybe it's the jack itself that goes in. So on the actual box is fine, but my headphone is fucked.
Yeah.
Nope. Maybe it's that cable that runs up. Maybe it's the way the fucking in-ears, because there's another connector up there. There's so many things in that signal chain, and dude, I had to literally unplug it.
Yeah.
Chunk by chunk.
Yeah.
To double check that my in-ears didn't go bad, because that's what I thought happened.
Yep.
I thought the left ear of my fucking in-ears went bad.
One thing I've found too,
so bizarre, dude.
Have you ever dug earwax out of your in-ear?
Oh, I've done that. Yeah, with the ear candles and shit.
Or just the little
I've tried everything.
The little tool that comes, like, I'm talking about like in your actual in-ears, not your like human ears, but like in the headphone. That little tube that gets clogged, that'll get clogged. But most of the people I play with definitely are on your side on that, where they want to hear the air and want to hear it live. Neil is actually the only person I jam with that's like, yeah, fuck the live sound, basically.
Well, especially with the bass.
Yeah.
The bass guitar specifically, feeling that in your body
Yep.
You know, especially when we come down off a fill, boom, like, dude, those moments matter so much, dude. And it can never be replicated in in-ears, especially if they cut out.
Yeah.
Because now I'm not hearing you at all.
Yeah, exactly.
At least when my fucking problems happen, the boys are still pushing air. And I can, if worst case scenario, I could even like slightly pull one of those in-ears out. So I'm not going deaf from real world noise, but I can still like kind of like, and that's happened. That's happened in rehearsal. Imagine that during a fucking live show.
Dude, it's the worst. I bring backups of in-ears and those connectors everywhere.
I'm going to get 3 fucking pairs of these things, and I'm going to get 2 or 3 of these fucking boxes because it is better.
Yeah.
Having in-ears is better.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I've been playing with them so long that I hugely, even just like before pre-podcast while I was playing, I was like, man, hearing my live drums at full volume is fucking weird and it's throwing me off.
Sure. Yeah. Which, speaking of, I do appreciate a lot of those subtle things you do in those drum parts, which is why I was saying you're quickly becoming one of my favorite local drummers, because you do a lot of those subtle little things that I try to put into my drums. And I'm not on your level, dude, but like I try to do these subtle little artistic things, especially in like the boring parts.
Yeah.
Where it's like, if I do too much, I'm going to fuck this song up. So how do I make this interesting for me and other fellow musicians without alienating the song? You do that pretty well. And,
for sure. Appreciate it, man.
I gotta give you the props for that again.
Dude, I really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think
it's not easy to do that.
I mean, most people that want to be the center of attention don't gravitate towards drums to begin with. It's more of a vocalist or guitar player kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's just all about serving the song and making it sound sick, but not making. You don't want to like completely overpower everybody else in your band with some like wild drum shit. Well, it's not necessary. I mean, there's people that make it work, like Brandaler from Mastodon is a good example, where it's just like crazy all the time, but somehow makes it work. But
I feel like the offensive line is the drums. If we're doing a sports thing, they don't get any of the glory, but they absolutely matter the most.
Yep.
Because a shit drummer or a shit offensive line will ruin everything.
Oh, yeah.
And a dope offensive line or a dope drummer will make a shit band or a shit football team look way fucking better than they actually are.
Yeah.
It's the least glory. Well, maybe no, because I don't feel like bass player has the impact.
Yeah.
Like, unless you're Les Claypool, a great bass player isn't going to make or break a band.
Yep.
They can add to it, right? It's like a great. So I don't know how big of a sports guy you are, but it's like a great tight end.
Yeah.
Right? A Travis Kelce or an Antonio Gates or a Gronk.
Yeah.
Can add, but they're not changing.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
You're not building an offense around a bass player.
For sure. Yeah, that kind of goes back to our earlier point of like the average listener like might not be able to tell what's wrong with
unless you're Les Claypool.
Yeah. Yeah, like a great drummer, like an average listener will just be like, "Oh, this band sounds good," but the drummer sucks. They were just like, "Oh, this band sounds bad," and it could be like entirely on the drummer in some cases.
No, 100%. One of my old buddies said, "There's ideas, and then there's execution."
Yeah,
and I think what he didn't know what he was saying, because he was a guitar player.
Yeah.
What I think he didn't know what he was saying is their drummer sucks.
Yeah,
because we were talking about a band.
Yeah,
and the reason it wasn't executed
because the drummer sucks.
Every example he ever gave me, I could go, "Oh, that's because that drummer fucked that part up."
Yeah.
Like 100% of the time, it's the drummer.
Yeah, exactly. And like,
because if your drummer's dope, the rest of everybody will like either fall in line or it'll be obvious it's them.
Yeah. Which, I mean, like, realistically, like, most great guitar players and great vocalists and whatever, like, they're not going to spend time with, like, a shitty drummer, so it's
Right.
kind of, like, all
Right.
fall in line, but,
No, you're right, dude. Because we're the foundation, just like
Yeah.
a football team, dude. The drummers
Yeah.
are the foundation. And I
Yep.
am not a very good drummer. Like, that's the irony. Like, when people think I'm a good drummer, it's like, got you, bitch. You know? Like,
I don't think
tricked you. I tricked you again.
I don't think I've ever seen you play drums.
No, you definitely haven't.
I wouldn't.
I mean,
know.
eventually you will.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I gotta.
Like, it's inevitable because now I'm back out there like a little slut. I'm just
Fuck
fucking
yeah,
whoring
dude.
myself around, baby.
That's drummer life.
No,
dude.
but the band I have, the two bands I have, I'm only drumming in one of them. But the one I have is a very interesting band because we can play with like soft bands, right?
Okay,
Because he has enough songs. He's so good. Technically he wrote everything,
Yeah.
right? The one I'm playing drums for, it's the Montoya Machine, and we can like take out heavy songs.
Yeah.
And like play with lighter bands. So we could easily play with Sky Island.
Yeah.
We'd have a harder time playing with any of your death metal or grindcore bands or any of that heavier shit.
Yeah.
But we could still pull it off
Mm-hmm.
because there's 3 or 4 songs we could pull out of the set. And
Yeah.
we'd still be like the
lighter-
cheesiest,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know,
The lighter-
cookie
the
cutter
lightest one.
heavy band, you know. But we got a couple songs, you know, that are slightly progressive. You know, we got a song
Yeah.
in 5 and we got a song in 7. You know, and
Fuck yeah.
so you know, like we'll still get the nod of respect. You know, it's
Yeah.
happened already where people are like, "Hey man, that song in 5, like man, that's a badass song."
Hell yeah.
So it, like, we can hang in a diverse crowd. So
Yeah.
you'll someday
Dude,
one
that'd
of
be
your
cool.
bands will play shows. Someday,
Dude,
it'll
yeah,
happen,
let's
dude.
let's do it.
Sky Island is probably the one I would try if I was in control of booking the bill. I think it
Yeah.
would make the most sense. But
Yeah.
we would fuck with Cavernous Maw too.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah,
fuck with
sick.
you boys. We'll
Fuck
fuck with
yeah,
you.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude, that'd be fun.
it would be.
Let's
fun,
fucking get it set
dude.
up.
Would be badass, dude. What do you guys got coming up that you're excited for? Any of your bands?
Let's see. So Graveslave is recording a new album right now. That is going to be mixed by Adam Tucker, which he doesn't even know that yet. So that's gonna be
Breaking news.
That's gonna be. I'm very excited for that one. And then
Is he just the homie and he's definitely going to do it? You just haven't actually.
well, I mean, he runs like a signature tone studio, like professional recording studio. So we haven't gotten to the point of hitting him up and being like, "Hey, we want you to mix
You
our
just got to
record."
hire him and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you're in the queue.
Yep.
And he's like, no, okay, I guess I'm in the queue.
Yep. And then
That's hilarious.
Cavernous Maw has a couple. We're actually playing on the March 5th at Underground Music Cafe with Fragged Out and a couple other bands. Fragged Out's kind of
What
like
are
a
you playing
hardcore.
on that bill? Like, what slot are you playing?
I believe we are main support, so we're like second to last on that one.
So direct support? Is
Yeah,
what
yep.
they used to call it. They call it main support now.
Yeah, I guess I've heard it called both.
It used to be called direct support. I'm
Yeah.
not saying I'm asking.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a direct support. I think is probably more common.
Maybe I'm showing my age.
Yeah, direct support's probably more common. I've heard it called both ways, but and then we have
Some would argue direct support is the best slot.
I fully agree, completely agree. Unless you're like an actual legitimate headliner that where everyone sticks around, like 100% of the people stick around.
Right.
Like yeah, direct support is the best slot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Cavernous Maw has a bunch of cool shows coming up that aren't even announced yet too. Like we're playing at Black Forest Inn, which if you're familiar with that place,
I've
it's like
heard of this. Where is this?
it's a German restaurant on Eat Street, and I didn't even know they had shows, but I'm very stoked to play there. Playing with an out of town band from Chicago there.
I'm probably making this up, but I feel like these guys used to be part of the Red Stag.
not
Jason, see if you
sure.
can look this up. The Black Forest Inn,
I know it's been the Black Forest Inn.
Red Stag, because I feel like I heard, and I might be making this up. This might be just like me living in the multiverse.
Yeah.
But I feel like I heard somewhere, maybe I read it or somebody told me, but when the Red Stag closed down.
Was that recent or a long time ago?
It was a couple of years ago.
Okay.
It was a while ago.
Because I lived like a block away from the Black Forest Inn from like 2017 to 2019, and as far back as 2017 it was the Black Forest Inn.
And no, and I'm not saying like it got invented. I'm saying like some of the people that did shows over there doing those things, when that thing got, eventually those people ended up over at this place, and that's where they're doing shows.
Okay.
Now again, I might be completely making this up.
Yeah.
This might be something I dreamed up and I'm confusing. It might be something I saw in a fucking movie and the names you know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to sit here and pretend I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Jason, you can also just tell me I'm full of shit and you didn't find anything. Okay. So I might be full of shit, dude.
Actually,
I might be full of shit, dude. But something tells me like the guy who fucking, because the Red Stag didn't do a lot of shows, but they did do some shit.
Okay.
And something tells me that the guy who did that over there is now working over there.
Okay.
But I might be making that up, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not
but
sure.
But ask him when you play your show. Just be like, hey man, were you or anybody here over at the Red Stag? And if he's like, yeah, then be like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
And let me know, dude. I might have gaslit myself just now.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely ask. I mean, I've had my finger on the pulse of like heavy music, like if you're a heavy band in Minneapolis that has played a show at all in the last like 10 years, I have at least heard of your band name, and I've never heard of a show happening at the Black Forest Inn, which is
it's very new. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, which is cool.
But the Black Forest Inn has been there for a while, so that's what I wasn't trying to pretend. I wasn't trying to conflate those two things. But
also I gotta piss super bad. The sieve is
you gotta piss again.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's play one more tune for sure. Jason. You ready? Yeah. Okay, so no, not on guest mic. Bring OBS over here. Go piss, dude.
Sounds good.
Okay, so stay here, right? Now, when I hit this, when I start this music, it's going to pop up in the audio mixer section. Yep, exactly where you're at right now. Okay, so when I hit this song, it's going to pop up. What I need you to do, to those three dots, advanced audio properties, you got it, click it. And then you're gonna pick that, move that. You might have to close it, and then redo it again. Okay. But you're just basically gonna change it and then put it back to what it is. You ready? Yeah. All right, let's try this. Fine. No, that's not it. That one. Find guest music. That one. Put it back to monitor and output.
Figuring out your audio. Oh, so guest music 2 is what's playing the
and get us out of here. Unmute just this mic. There you go.
Did you check out any of the Sky Island videos?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, those are, dude. You have whoever's doing your videos has very nice cameras, and you guys are fucking doing like good production quality shit, dude.
Fuck yeah.
It's hard to do videos nowadays without being like cringe and cheesy.
Yeah. I mean,
didn't you do one on a boat or something?
We have a few like
Boat shots.
Yeah, boat shots on where I'm just like playing nothing in the background, and Nilo's like fucking.
It works though, dude. It somehow works, dude. Yeah. It somehow works. Dude.
Yeah, but then we have the pole dancing video, we have the fire spinning video, we have the in studio.
I swear to God, that fire dancing video, I thought that was Dan Copy.
Yeah,
dude. There
like
was
playing drums.
No, spinning the fire.
Oh, spinning the fire.
There's a shot where there's fire being spun and he's like rubbing his chest, or looks like he's rubbing his chest. He might just be spinning the fucking fire thing. I don't remember, but
yeah,
because I was at work when I watched it, and I was like, "Is that Dan fucking Copy?" And I like had to rewind it and look at it again. I was like, "Oh, that's not Dan Copy," but I was like, "That could have been Dan Copy."
Yeah,
because like I was like, I know Ben's a legit drummer, and maybe they're buddies. So maybe Dan was like standing in the background while some fire was being spun in front of him. I had to rewind it and look at it again. It's not Dan Copy.
Nice. That's funny.
That tripped me the fuck out,
dude. That was a fun video to film. I got a funny story about that actually. My parents own like 40 acres up in Princeton where I grew up, and so we filmed that, and like we just drove out in the middle of the woods like at like midnight because we wanted like a dark shot, and drove all the way up there to film it. We ended up getting stuck in the swamp with our band bus up there like while we were filming, so we couldn't get out, and we were like half a mile from the house, so we ended up like trekking everyone back like up to my fucking parents' house in the middle of the night, carrying all this fire gear, and yeah, I had to go back the next day to pull our fucking bus out with my dad's tractor. It was pretty funny.
How long did it take you fucking guys? All of you. You go back the next day. How long did it take you to actually get that fucking bus out of there?
Probably like, I mean, even with the fucking full-on tractor, probably like 15, 20 minutes, which like...
Oh, that's not bad, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't bad, but like you'd think with like a tractor, just like chain it up, hit drive, go, and that's it.
No. 15, 20 minutes. That is hit it and go.
Yeah.
I grew up in that world. Like,
yeah.
No, 15, 20 minutes, that is an immediate extraction. That is as fast as it could possibly go.
Yeah.
It does not go faster than 15 minutes. You guys killed it. You guys fucking killed it. Dude.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks. Yeah, it was pretty funny, but
you hired or knew the special forces of tractor extraction when it came to recovering vehicles.
To be fair, it wasn't like, I mean, so we have like a old folks home bus with like the wheelchair lift on the back. It's like a 20-seater bus, and one like the front tires were fine. One side on the back was fine. It was just like right rear, so like passenger side rear tire was like deep in the mud, and that was the only one that was in the mud. So it wasn't like that bad of a stuck job, but yeah. It was fun.
Having to come back the next day is a bitch.
Yeah.
Like that's there's so this is the thing, man. Like there's so many stressful things in the music industry surrounding the idea of getting to a concert and making it happen.
Yeah.
I think when you're a concert goer, it seems so easy because you just drive your little car down the road. And I've been a concert goer, by the way. I'm not mocking anybody. Like, I've been this guy. That's why I can make this speech, right? Like, when you go to a concert, you just get in your car or your truck.
Yep.
You just go down your cute little road. Everything's paved. There's no problems.
Yeah.
And you just get there, right? Even if you're going to an obscure show and you got to drive down it's cute, a little dirt road. Oh. My headlights can't see past the dust. Oh, you go a little slower. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're just in a vehicle with just people.
Yeah, dude.
Now, Now, when you're a musician, okay, and I can make this argument whether you're in a small van or you're in a van or a truck with a trailer, or if you're in a bus, right, or if you're in a caravan with 3 buses, right? Like, these logistics get more and more complicated, right? The vehicles get larger, the spaces seem to get smaller, like the stresses to get there. Like, people don't understand when you're a small band. Yeah, we showed up in I'm just going to make this up. I'm not saying I did this, but I'm just going to make this up. Yeah, we showed up at Treasure Island Casino to open up for fucking some badass national act.
Yeah.
And it made it seem like it was easy.
Yeah.
But you know what you don't know? Is we're from the west side of South Dakota.
Yeah.
We drove in a reclaimed ambulance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like our fucking transmission blew in Sioux Falls. We had to figure out how to raise $1,500 to get it repaired in 72 hours so we could keep on our way to get to fucking Minnesota to open up for this dope national band that you love. And when we get there, it seems like it was easy, and you bitch about your $100 ticket, not understanding that only $18 of that goes to the band that just spent $3,000 to get there.
Yeah.
You know, like, this is the world.
And and it's probably like $8 or like 8 cents that goes to the band that just spent fucking $3,000 to get there.
And I also don't know why I'm suddenly telling this story like I'm Jack fucking Nicholson. It just suddenly happened. Like, I ended up in this rhythm, and now this is the way I'm talking.
That's funny. But yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's not glamorous is the
gore
point.
to get to the glory. The gore to get to the glory is something that will never, ever, 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 ever be properly illustrated.
Yep.
No matter how many documentaries, no matter how many behind the scenes, behind the music, no matter how many fucking biopics are made.
You don't really know what it's like to,
it's horrible.
to live and sleep in a van for weeks at a time.
Starve.
Not making any money until you've done it. And it is so fucking fun, but it is totally not for everybody. There's a lot of people that go on their first couple of tours and you're like, yeah, I'm done with this.
Yeah. It happens almost immediately.
Yep.
We talk about this a lot on this podcast. The percentage of musicians that say, I want to form a band.
Oh, dude, yeah.
And then they actually form a band.
I've thought
That's
of
super rare.
Yep.
And then the bands that form a band and they go, let's play a show.
Yeah.
And they actually play a show. Super fucking
dude,
rare.
The way I've always thought about that is like for every 100 bands that does step 1, like one of them does step 2, and then for every 100 bands that does step 2, one of them does step 3.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. And like, you played a show, and then you're like, let's do this again.
Yeah.
It's one of 100 bands that do that.
Yeah.
And then to get where we are.
Yeah.
Right? We're just like legitimate local bands, guys, like, hey, let's form a band and let's do a show. Like, the privilege that we have is so, Jason.
And then like,
Jason,
like for every 100 bands that
move that microphone, dude. If you keep burping into that microphone, dude.
Then for every 100, for go all the way down the list until you're fucking Metallica, basically.
Right. Dude, it goes so high in the pyramid that like just being like a dope local band that can draw 200 to 500 people is so insanely rare.
Oh yeah, that's like 1 out of 10,000 bands that fucking starts.
Thank you, dude. I've talked about this on this and so I ask guys, like, do you ever realize that and appreciate where you're at in that pyramid? So even though you're not Metallica.
Yeah.
I'm not Seven Dust. You're not name your band, right?
Right.
I'm not name my band. But where we are at is already such a crazy level of accomplishment
Yeah.
that I think most of us take it for granted.
I think
Because we
so.
always think there's another level that will make us feel like we actually did something. When we've already did a full life of music, dude.
Yeah. Well,
Do you ever sit back and think about that, dude?
I do all the time. Like I can't, like, thinking back to when I was a kid, like when I'm fucking 14 or 13, like just super getting into like metal and whatnot. Like, man, it'd be so cool to go on tour someday. And then like you go on tour and then it's like, oh, I guess I did that. What do I do now? Let's go on more tours. Let's fucking try to actually make money on tour instead of just going on tour. Let's try to take it, always ratcheting it up a notch. And
Yep. Chasing the dragon.
yeah, which to some degree is kind of like you could make like a perfectionist argument where nothing is ever good enough, I guess. But yeah, I mean, obviously,
That's
like
also what drives us.
also, yeah, which is also what drives you. So
So it's not even. Is it a bad thing? Like,
yeah,
no, it kind of isn't. Like, because that's
yeah,
what makes great people great.
yep. I'm a firm believer in that. Anyone that does anything like at a high level is a little bit insane.
Right?
So
kinda gotta be a
you pretty
little
much
bit.
have to be.
You're definitely not normal.
Yeah,
Even if you're.
and I'm not saying I'm doing anything at a high level, but
But we're trying, right?
yeah, yeah.
I have a phrase that I have no interest in being good. I want to be great.
Mm-hmm.
That's my phrase for something that the way a buddy of mine said something similar, and I didn't take this from that, but it's the same thing, which he's used to be a bodybuilder, thick dude, badass motherfucker,
Nice.
right? And his whole metaphor is like some guys come into the gym and they say they want to bench press 400 pounds. Okay.
Yep.
Most guys are never going to hit 400 pounds. And a lot of guys, that'll fuck their world up. Because they never hit their goal.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because what they're not realizing is that they came in your side. What do you weigh? 180?
I think I'm
175?
like
165?
no, I'm like close to 200 now. I think I'm like 195.
Nice. Yeah. Muscle, though.
A little bit.
Like,
yeah.
you're not a chubby guy. You're not a chubby guy.
Yeah.
You're not super tall. You're
Yeah,
not
well, I'm
6'7". You know what I mean? Like,
6 foot.
yeah.
It's funny. I was
You're probably actually 6 foot too, because I was 6 foot, and you're like an inch taller than me now, because I've shrunk a little bit. So
Yeah.
you're probably actually 6 foot too.
Yeah.
What are you? 190, 185, 190?
Yeah, I'm like 190, 195 or so.
So guys like you will go into the gym, not able to even bench press their weight.
Yeah.
Let's say you weigh 240. The metaphor is still consistent here. You can't even bench press your weight. But you want to fucking bench press 400
Yeah.
because you set this number. Okay, this is his story, right?
Yeah.
We drummers have a version of this. Everybody has a version of this. So
Yeah.
come down this rabbit hole, this
Oh,
analogy with.
Yeah, I want to play double kick at 300 BPM for minutes at a time.
Okay, but and I don't know how we do that according to this analogy, but let's keep that in the back of the mind as fellow drummers. Okay.
Yeah.
You weigh 180 pounds, 190 pounds. You can't bench your own body weight right now, which is like kind of the minimum standard to be a man. You got to be able to bench your own body weight a certain amount of times.
I'm gonna have to see if I can do that now. Then.
Now, well, it's a certain amount of times.
Oh,
If you can't even do it once, you're a bitch. Okay. If you can't do it a certain amount of times, you're not strong.
Yeah.
Now, when you try to join the NFL, you have to bench 225 pounds X amount of times, right? So defensive linemen are expected to bench press 225 pounds, a lot more than a quarterback or a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Even if you're not into sports, everybody in America at least understands that analogy. In soccer, if you're in Europe, fuck you guys. Your sport sucks. But anyways, fucking soccer sucks. It's for bitches. Anyways, I don't have any sympathy for you. Fuck you. I don't care about being popular in Europe. So fuck you guys. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just don't have respect for that sport. But regardless, what I'm saying is your analogy, 300 BPMs per minute, right? Okay, so let's say that's the goal. Okay?
Yeah.
But you get to 240. You get to 280. And right now I'm talking pounds. Okay? Then all of a sudden, you're fucking benching 320.
Yeah.
But then you suddenly like barely make it to 330. And then you can't bench more than 335.
Yep.
And that's just kind of your max.
Yeah.
And if the only thing that mattered to you was actually benching 400, you would consider yourself a failure. And that would be a very destructive mindset to have. Because what you haven't understood is that when you started this journey, you couldn't bench your own body weight. And now you can bench 335 pounds.
Yeah.
Which means you are now beast mode compared to what you were.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at what you've achieved.
Yep. I feel you, dude. Yeah.
Benching 400 is not the actual goal. It was trying to get to 400. So this fucking idiot over here is a Packers fan, right? But he's got the greatest head coach of all time. That's why we call it the Lombardi coach, or the Lombardi trophy.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl trophy is called the Lombardi trophy
Yep.
for a reason. So as much as I give him shit and call him an idiot, I only say that because he's a Packer fan. He's from Wisconsin, and those guys are all idiots.
Speaking
They're
of
all
Packers
drunken
fans, have you seen the
Well, hold on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Memorize that thought because I
Okay.
want you to take over, but I just want to finish this. His coach said something that it changed my life, and I didn't learn this until about 10, 15 years ago. He said, "We are going to pursue perfection, knowing full well we will never achieve it. But somewhere along the line, we will become great." That changed my life. That's my phrase. I have no interest in becoming good. I don't want to be good. I want to be great. That's my
a great
phrase.
line.
It's the same thing that Anwar talked about when he was talking about you want to bench 400, but you only get to 335. Dude, you're still elite.
Yeah.
That's the whole. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I love that line too. Like you're gonna have to text me that we strive for perfection or whatever. But somewhere along the line will be great.
We strive for perfection, knowing full well we will never achieve it.
Yeah.
But somewhere along the line, we're going to achieve greatness.
To be great. Yeah.
So my line is, to simplify it and shorten it in a really concise way, is I don't want to be good, I want to be great.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. I'm just changing good to great, and I'm changing great to perfection.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's this, or vice versa. I said that backwards. But
yeah.
I don't want to be good, I want to be great. Because if I try to be great, I'll be good. That's the whole point.
Yep. Yeah.
And I think that transcends anything we're talking about.
I think so. Yeah.
That's fucking Vince Lombardi, man. Like fuck that guy.
That's
because he was a Packer. But fuck, man, that is fucking inspiring. I wish that was my fucking head coach.
Yeah.
I wish he would have fucking taught me how to be great. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck, man,
dude,
that's awesome.
Dude, absolutely. That's a fucking killer quote.
That's sports, man.
That's
why I love sports.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because that is one thing I do like about sports is like the working towards a goal and teamwork, and like it's funny when like musicians rag on sports as if they're like all bad.
No, in fact, sports are what taught me how to be good at music.
Yeah.
Sports are what taught me how to practice. Sports are what taught me how to rehearse.
Yep.
Sports are what taught me how to be a team member, be a band member. So when people ragged on me and kicked me out of bands for being selfish or being an egomaniacal fucking douchebag, which definitely happened when I was young.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a great person at the beginning, right? I'm not a great team member at the beginning in a band setting, right? Because I think I know everything. I think I'm great. I think I'm the rock star, right? Like I'm not listening. I had to get kicked out of a few bands. I had to be humbled. It was going to the sports lessons. It was going to the coaches in my sports life. It was listening to the NFL behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It was all of those things that made me relate to musicians because I grew up in the sports world.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up in I did grow up in a music world. That's not true. I'm lying if I say it. But my mind, my attitude, my personality is very competitive, very survival instinct. I'm here to win. I'm here to dominate.
Yeah.
And I had to really learn how to humble that. And I'm still struggling with that to this day, bro. Like even just in a conversation on a podcast, I still have this weird, like, fucking survival instinct where I have to win. I have to be right. I have to be smart. I can't be dumb. And I have to constantly force myself to admit I don't know what I'm talking about. I have to consciously be like, dude, you're dumb. Let these people be right. Yeah, even
so did you play
last podcast? It was a thing, you know.
Did you play sports in like growing up in school and high school and whatnot?
Yeah, I basically dropped out of sports in high school because I wasn't willing to dedicate time over music anymore.
Okay,
that's basically what happened, and I made a huge mistake.
Yeah.
I should have definitely taken advantage of my athletic ability and gone to college and gotten some free fucking education.
Yeah.
But I was really indecisive about what I even wanted to go to college for. So
yeah, I
don't know, dude. I made a lot of mistakes, dude.
Oh, dude, don't we all? For sure. Like I mean, I joined my first band when I was 19. And I didn't even pick up drums until I was 18, and I was playing sports. I was in tennis all through high school, and then I was in football for a couple years as well. And
so you are a little bit of a sports guy.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a sports guy, but
I saw it in you, dude.
Yeah.
I saw it in you. I saw those square shoulders. You couldn't trick me, dude. I fucking knew it. Dude.
Well, I hit the gym now, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I knew you weren't a little bitch. You can't fool me, Ben.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's funny. But yeah, no.
You do a little jujitsu now and then, too?
No, it's funny you bring that up. I've been meaning to get into that.
You're going to do it. I knew it. I could smell it on you, dude. You're going to be fucking people up in the gym.
Oh, dude, I want to.
Do it.
I think you've given me the last bit of motivation I needed to finally sign up for a class.
I'll hook you up with a couple guys, too.
Okay. Yeah, dude,
I got a specific guy I'll reach out to and be like, hey, man, my boy Ben wants to do this.
Dude,
actually, I have two different guys I'll reach out to.
That'd be sick, because, yeah, I do want to get into... jiu-jitsu is appealing because it's like it's fighting, but I don't want to get hit in the face. So like I just don't want to like
Oh, you'll definitely still get hit in the face.
Well, like it's not like the main focus though, right? It's not like it's like Muay Thai or something.
So I'm just gonna tell you this. I'm not a martial arts. I'm not Joe Rogan, but I will tell you this. Jiu-jitsu has zero to do with avoiding getting hit in the face.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu has to do with the fact that in a real-world application, almost 100% of fights go to the ground.
Yeah.
And almost 100% of fights are decided on the ground in a real-world fight.
Yep.
If you're one-on-one, if you have a moderate education in jiu-jitsu, you will win and end that fight on the ground very quickly.
Yeah.
Like almost immediately. With a moderate jiu-jitsu. So you want a jiu-jitsu background. You want to know that.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, the way Eddie Bravo, and I've said this on the podcast before.
I'm getting the sense that you listen to Joe Rogan a lot, which I also do as well.
Yeah, but I also know a lot of people who do jiu-jitsu in real life and a lot of other martial arts in real life. And basically what Joe Rogan says is, I wouldn't say gospel, but that motherfucker has zero bullshit to what he says.
Yep.
And Eddie Bravo has a very good explanation of this. If you even take one or two jiu-jitsu classes, you will be able to survive 85% of fights against normal human beings.
Yeah.
If that guy also has 2 jiu-jitsu classes, we're not talking about him. We're talking about random assholes, including guys that are bigger than you.
Yep.
If you take it seriously for 6 months to a year, you're going to be good against the vast majority.
Pretty much everyone that isn't also into jiu-jitsu.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then you start noticing cues, like if a guy has cauliflower ear, right?
Yeah.
Like those are the guys you don't necessarily like. It's not. Yeah, I got one little tiny cauliflower ear, which just the only thing that says is I've been in enough fights where you don't want to blatantly walk into that fight.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I can beat you up, but
Yeah.
it means you don't want to just be like, that's a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna own him. Don't do that, right? That's something you notice.
Are there any, like, how many, because that's obviously just from like pressure on your ears. What are the stats on how many times you need to have pressure on your ear to get cauliflower ear?
It could be one single traumatic trauma,
Huh.
and it could be repetitive pressing over a year or 2 years.
So there's cases of like even just like getting hit in the ear once and you have cauliflower ear?
Yeah, because it's just a popped blood vessel. That's all it is.
Interesting.
Yep. So there's no inquiry as to.
I figured it was like
a guy could get punched in the ear once and end up with cauliflower ear. Because the only thing it really shows is that he never got it drained. So it shows that either he fights too much and it's a repetitive stress injury.
Yeah.
Or he got hit once and he never got it repaired.
Interesting.
And you have to figure that out in a split second when you're assessing somebody. So the point is, always defer to he's been in a lot of fights.
Yeah.
Because he could have just got punched in the ear once by somebody way stronger than him.
Yeah. I didn't know it was
he
a
could have
blood
got his
vessel
ass
thing.
kicked once. You don't know that.
Yeah.
You know?
I never
and
knew.
It's not worth figuring out.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the only point. Dude.
For sure. I never knew it was a blood vessel thing. I just always assumed it was like my ear has been bent in this way so many times, so often that it is just now this shape.
Oh, no. What it is blood got shot into that area and it didn't drain back out.
Okay.
So you have constantly blood going into your ear and coming out of your earlobe, right?
Yeah.
Even at the top. And you've got really thin earlobes, so you're definitely going to get cauliflower ear too, because you don't have a lot of meat and fat for those vessels to flow through. So when that ear gets smashed over, and you could probably, if you had shitty headphones pinched on your ear long enough, or if you like got drunk and passed out and like slept on your ear folded over, it could happen.
I want somebody.
But most people would go to the doctor and get it drained.
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't end up with cauliflower ear. That's what I'm trying to explain.
So
you
like
can get cauliflower ear from anything, but it's the probability of getting it drained that is the thing you want to consider.
How would you even? Is it like painful? Like how would you know you should get it drained?
You can feel it. It gets really big and baggy, and it gets really hot.
Okay.
Because it's like a puff bag of blood, and then what happens is that blood dries out and it calcifies. So you feel my ear.
Yeah.
Pinch it as hard as you.
Oh wow, that is a fucking rock.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so I can use it as a weapon. So if you and I are wrestling, I can grab this. If I leverage it right, I can press this into your eye socket.
Wow,
use it
yeah,
as
I
a
believe
weapon.
it.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah. And it's just because I didn't get it drained. If I would have had the time or the ability to get it drained and guarantee it will never get traumatized in 6 weeks or whatever the fuck it is, I probably could have gotten my ear back. But
So once you have cauliflower, is there any going back?
there is, Jason, look this up. I think there's a Chinese company that has figured out a way to do it without splitting your ear wide open. But yes, there you can just cut it open. They split it. They literally just pull out all the calcified or coagulated blood, whatever the iodized blood, whatever it is in there, and then they patch you. But you have this nasty scar, and your ear's never the same. But I heard there's this Chinese company that can get rid of cauliflower ear. I think they're using lasers. I thought it was pretty interesting. That's why it's still in my brain. I don't know if that's actually true. I could have gotten duped by some bullshit, but it's not forever. You can fix it. but you got to get a surgery once you let it do this. But here's the thing, man. Most men. Yeah, so a surgical laser can be used to drain the hematoma that causes cauliflower ear, but they're saying drain as in it's like it hasn't been calcified yet.
Okay.
So see if they can do it after it's been hardened without blades, without surgery. But most men that get it, like, we kind of wear it like a badge of honor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, yeah, like it if it's not causing any hearing damage or
It does. It absolutely affects.
Oh, it does.
your-
Okay.
It totally affects your satellite. It
Okay.
100% affects your satellite. But again,
Yeah.
you know,
I already have shitty hearing to begin with, so
well, and you
it's kind
know,
of just whatever. At
there's a
this point.
certain group of men that I have an easier ability to talk off the ledge. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if I didn't have cauliflower ear, there's a certain group of men that think they're tough. They're not super black belts, right? But they think they can beat everybody up, but they've gotten humbled,
by somebody with cauliflower.
right?
Yeah.
And so they see me, and then I go, "I'm not the guy tonight," and they go, "Okay."
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. It's so again. There's a lot of dudes, including you. Talked to like Brendan Schaub, former heavyweight champion of the UFC,
Yeah.
and he still has cauliflower ear, and they go, "Aren't you gonna get it?" And he goes, "Nah, it's a badge of honor. It just shows I've been through some shit."
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this is it, right? So search this in the background and see if Jason, I trust your intelligence. Search this in the background and see if you can find a paragraph within that article that kind of breaks this down, because I don't want to read through that whole thing.
What did that have to say? I saw South Park in there.
Yeah, let him. Yeah. I saw that too. Why am I doing this? I'm trying to light a cigar with it. You know what? I need a new cigar. You know what, dude? What time is it? Okay, we got time. All right, because we started late, so we're gonna take another break. I played 2 of your tunes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play one of ours.
Fuck yeah.
You want me to play Coalesce?
Yeah.
It'll work, but I don't think we're gonna hear it. So we're gonna play this. I got to take another piss, and I'm gonna grab another cigar. So
Sweet.
you want another drink?
I still got some beer. I probably I mean, fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it, dude.
I'll
We're
take
doing
another
it.
drink. Fuck it.
Fuck it, buddy. All right, we're gonna play Coalesce Apart.
Hell yeah.
This is by one of the bands I'm in called the Montoya Machine. We're playing 4/26, April 26th. We're opening for Blue Felix at the Skyway in Minneapolis. Here we go.
So many pieces. I thought we had enough. I thought that we had what we needed. I thought we had enough, but you showed me that I'm so broken and beaten. A fragile shell that holds me in. Now I'm just repeating everything you told me to. So I'll lower my head down tonight. I'll put my hands on my face and I'll wonder why. I think I'm bound to this anger here in life. I'll get it together and set it right. It's a strange discovery that we coalesce apart. What if I would keep us together? It's slowly deconstructing me. I can't say that it's gonna be any different than before. And I know that you mothered me into the man I am today. I'm here, I'm receiving the words to draw me in. Am I still believing everything you want me to? And when you look at these pieces, can you sense I don't want so cruel, I'm aware. It's a strange discovery that we coalesce apart. What I thought would keep us together is slowly deconstructing me. I can't say that it's gonna be any different than before, but I know that you mothered me into the man I am today. Of the damage that's still here, it hangs an anchor from my neck, and now it's sinking. I am aware of the damage that's still here. It hangs an anchor from my neck, and now it's sinking. I will raise myself up here, alright. I'll take my hands off my face and I'll tell you why. I am farther from the wreck behind me. Now I can see. It's a strange discovery that we coalesce apart. What I thought would keep us together is slowly deconstructing me. I can't say that it's gonna be any different than before, but I know that you mothered me into the man I am today.
Yeah, because I've been trying to. I feel I can drink like over a gallon of water in a day, and still feel thirsty. I'll
Sure.
slam like multiple
wife's like
glasses
that,
of
yeah.
water and just fucking still be thirsty.
My wife's like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's something else missing, right? And I can't pretend to be an expert. Like every once in a while I'll hear something from an expert and I'll
Yeah.
regurgitate it like I just mentioned. Like
Yep.
with the homie over here. You
Yep.
know, fucking electrolytes, you're low on sodium.
Yeah.
But that's because I listened to an expert talk about this for an hour and a half, and it got implanted in my brain. So in your case, what I would do is I would just refer you to an expert. I'd be like, talk to this dude because I think this dude knows what he's talking about the most. 'Cause
Yeah.
my wife suffers from this thing too, and I've talked to enough doctors about this water thing, and some people just require a lot of water. You know, I don't. Some people aren't getting enough water from their other sources, right? So maybe like vegetables and fruits. You know?
Yeah.
Some people are drinking weird water, meaning they're drinking distilled water, which gives you fucking nothing. It just keeps your cells hydrated. But you need minerals
Yeah.
that come in spring water. Right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
some people just need to switch to spring water and then suddenly they're satiated. They drink 8 cups and they're good instead of 2 gallons.
What is the benefit of distilled water?
Nothing. It's just getting rid of the impurities. So distilled water is nothing more than boiled water. So distilling is when you boil something and then the steam comes up and then you
Catch the
capture that steam and recondensate it into water again. So you've gotten rid of all the impurities, but you've also gotten rid of all the nutrients and minerals and vitamins that come from water.
Yeah.
So the East, like Japanese, they call it dead water.
Yeah.
Because if that's your only water source forever, eventually you will die.
Yeah.
It is
Because I
not
drink like
enough.
mostly tap water, which I assume is
Minneapolis water is good, but where do you live?
Minneapolis.
Okay, so Minneapolis
Yeah.
tap water is actually one of the higher quality tap waters in the country. But I don't drink tap water. I don't advise drinking tap water.
Yeah.
I would drink spring water. I would buy spring water because
Yeah.
it comes through filtered rocks over hundreds or thousands of years. And that's where you're getting your natural minerals and vitamins and getting rid of impurities properly. because they're being filtered through rocks
Okay.
through hundreds or thousands of years. And that's what makes high-end whiskey super good, is it's being filtered through the highlands of Scotland, through those mountains for thousands of years before it exposes itself into a spring that is then turned into whiskey water.
Okay.
So that the purity of the water matters, and the best way to get the purest water is through filtering through rocks and charcoal.
Yeah.
And the longer it takes, the purer that is, and the healthier it is, because what ends up in your water are minerals, healthy minerals from those rocks.
Yeah.
So that's if you really want to get healthy water, spring water,
that makes sense. But I mean, this
is the closest thing you can.
This like dehydration.
And I'll die
after
on that hill. I'll die on that fucking hill.
for sure.
This is a butter versus margarine type argument, and I'll die on this fucking hill.
Like because so for me, like, it hasn't always been that way. Like, I haven't always been like super thirsty all the time. It's really only since I've like, because I know like carbs play a part to some degree in water retention, right? Like, I basically
I don't know enough about that to comment on it.
Okay.
Do you know Eric Kais?
Yeah.
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 Ask him.
Okay.
He's super liberal with his advice, which is why I think he's becoming so successful in his fitness advice.
Yeah.
Because you can just ask him and he'll give you advice. He's not like, you have to sign up and then I'll give you the advice.
Yeah.
He just gives you the advice.
Right.
And then he helps you. And then when you like want the next level, you pay him and then you go train with him directly.
Right.
But
I
yeah,
have
just ask him.
I have been meaning to go train with him because
Yes, carbs can contribute to water retention because when your body stores the energy from carbs as glycogen, it also stores 3 grams of water for every. Okay, but that's not what he's really asking. What he's asking is, does a lack of carbs or eating too many carbs make you more thirsty?
That could be part of it, because, like, I mean, I have been trying to eat less carbs, and like the water thing and being thirsty has kind of gone hand in hand.
You know what?
with
Fuck
that.
it. Let's call Eric. Hold on. Fuck it. Where's my phone?
Hell yeah.
Where's my fucking phone?
I
I just had it. We called Rich earlier. Where's my fucking phone? Oh shit. Well, we're
don't know.
fucked.
The ice cubes are right here.
Too late.
Right?
You need ice?
Yeah. It's gonna grab some of this glorious Woodford Reserve. This is a really, dude, this is my first time on a podcast. It's super fun, dude.
You having fun?
Yeah, this is great.
Dude, I'm so honored that you say that, dude. It's so funny because you're gonna get somebody who texts you or emails you, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, that guy talked too much." That guy
referring to you.
That guy, they're gonna be like, "He interrupted you too much. I wanted you to finish this story." Yeah, guess what, dude? I wanted you to finish that story too, but I'm bad at interviewing people. This is a conversation. We're hanging out. Dude.
Oh yeah,
We're
yeah.
Just two
I mean, that's the best
musicians.
podcast. Is like, it's not really an interview. It's just a conversation that happens to have some deep interviewee insight in it, I guess.
Yeah, if we're lucky.
Yeah,
Dude, I've done 3-hour podcasts that are nothing more than dick and fart jokes. Like, dude, good. And I think you just kind of alluded to this. Good podcasts don't have
a format,
structure, or
dude.
format.
I did a fucking interview with a guy who I wouldn't name even if I could remember his name.
I think I already know who you're talking about, but go ahead.
But
I think I know exactly who you're referring to.
Did you listen to some Graveslave interviews?
I think I know of this person and have known of this person for several years, but go ahead.
Okay.
Tell your story,
So
and then I'm going to ask you off the podcast if I know who you're talking about.
Okay, so he gave us a list of questions that he was going to ask in advance, which is fine. That's like a fairly regular thing for an interviewer to do.
I know exactly who this is.
But we started, so it was like him and then 3 of the band members all on Skype. And we started like some of the answers would kind of like get into like some of the other questions that he was about to ask that he hadn't asked yet. Like he was basically, and so he's like, oh, well, that's my next question, and then like.
And then he didn't have.
And then he'd like, oh, like cut off your answer here. Like that's my next question actually, but this is the question we're currently on, and or we would like jump ahead to like some other topic that was like further down the list, and he's like, oh, like that's gonna be a little bit later. Like I got that question coming up. Let's just stick to this question right now. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude.
I know exactly, and I did that earlier where I was like, I don't want to get too far into the weeds on this.
Yeah.
Because I want to bring this up later. But I didn't cut it off. I was just like, hey, I'm also gonna bring this up later.
Yeah.
That was the difference, right? Like I said, like, I'm gonna ask this question now, but I want to get deeper into this later. So like give me a cursory now, and then and that was part of that, you know, like, hey man, I'm really digging what you're doing in this part, and fucking you're becoming one of my favorite local drummers because you're doing X, Y. We already covered this, but you get my point. I know exactly, and I think I know exactly who you're talking about.
Is he Canadian?
I'm not going to say if he is or is not. I'm not going to confirm or deny whether he's Canadian. But I'm going to say, even if he isn't the guy we're talking about or you're talking about, there's several guys like him.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's painful.
Yeah.
And they are one of the people that inspired me to start this podcast. Because I was like, if this motherfucker is doing numbers, I'm starting a podcast.
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of that, like, you know.
Yeah.
Because I admit, dude, and we all need to admit this. Every once in a while, there's a little bit of ego in it, right? There's a little bit of competition. And, like, you see somebody doing something and you're like, that sucks. I could do better.
Yeah.
Here's what I say. Then do it.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
Because I know personally 3 people who think I suck at podcasting and have started podcasts and immediately failed at doing podcasts because they realize how fucking hard it is, dude. Like, it's super easy to watch my podcast and shit on me.
Yeah.
I shit on me when I watch my podcast.
Yeah.
I can't listen to this. It's hard.
Dude, it just takes initiative. I mean, it's hard to do like a thing, like, 'cause you do this every week, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Just keep
Yeah,
on the
during
diligent.
the pandemic, I was doing 2 or 3 a week because I wasn't working, you know?
Yeah, to keep on the diligent path of fucking doing this every week, like organizing, having your producer here, fucking getting everything in line. Like, it's fucking
It's
not
definitely not him, by the way. The sound I heard and I'm hearing, it's not him. And it's not you because it happened while you were talking. So there's something moving or tweaking that I'm hearing in the mics that sounds like somebody's indigestion. It's almost like I have a microphone like pointed directly at my stomach and I'm like having hunger pains. That's what I keep hearing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Who is the spiking Viking in the chat?
That's Patrick Olson, who used to work for 93X.
Okay.
He invented Loud and Local. Do you remember Loud and Local?
Yeah. That's fucking dope.
Let's talk about your Lord. Jason, pull this up. What is he saying over here? Dude,
my
he's
name,
one of my good friends now. I've gotten to know. No, put it on screen so I can read it. So listen to me.
Yeah.
Patrick has become one of my very good friends. However, because he's become one of my very good friends, and this is what my best friends do. They troll me so hard, Ben.
Yeah.
They know what I think and believe, and
that's what your friends gotta do.
They fucking troll me so hard on all my posts just to get me going. Because the best friends I have in my life, including the best man in my wedding, will intentionally say shit that they know will piss me off and get me going. Because they all find it highly entertaining when I lose my shit, dude. So that's how I know I'm surrounded by certain people when they get me going, and then I pause and I go, wait a minute, and they're all giggling, and I go, dude, God damn it, you fucking got me again. So what he's saying tonight is, let's talk about your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. All right, listen, that's not fucking... I just threw my cigar. That's how we know where I'm at.
The reason I even mentioned that was because in one of my band chats, my screen name is Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, just because like, haha, Ben looks like Jesus, long hair, beard, and yeah, it's funny.
He's trolling me because he knows I'm an actual Christian. So he's doing that to try to. This is how smart my friends are. He's doing like 3D chess right now. So he's doing that knowing I'm a Christian, trying to get me to get pissed off, thinking he's mocking me about being a Christian.
So when you say you're a Christian, like, what church do you go to?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
I'm not that type of Christian.
Okay.
So I believe in God.
Yeah.
And I believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
But I don't go to these fucking churches that try to make money off people's guilt.
Yeah.
That's a facade, and the modern day Christian church is the exact institution that Jesus Christ rebelled against, and that's why the Jews hated him. That's why this whole thing started, is because religion is not real. Religion is an institution created by man, surrounding faith and spirituality, and that's why fucking Patrick comes in here saying this shit because he knows he's going to get me going on a rant. He's trying to get me going.
Dude, that's fucking funny.
But that's also why I'm not preachy about my Christianity. That's why I don't judge people. That's why I don't condemn people. That's why I don't hate people. That's why I don't think. That's why I don't think Elon Musk is a fucking Nazi. That's why I don't do any of these things that these people do.
Dude. Well, we got two topics here. Let's go. We could either go down the Christian path or the Elon Musk path.
You pick.
Okay.
What do you think's more fun?
Well,
or entertaining?
I also don't think Elon Musk is a Nazi.
Oh, you just got canceled, bro. Whoops. Huge mistake.
One funny thing.
No, but so we don't. Why? Why do you think he's not a Nazi? Because I'll tell you why if you are uncomfortable explaining and then you could just agree with me.
Well, I mean, the most simple...
Take the chance and explain your actual opinion and put yourself out there.
The most simple and easy and shortest answer is because he isn't advocating for killing Jewish people. But,
okay, go on. I'm with you. And if you don't want to talk about this, we don't.
Well, no, we can go here. I mean, I think in general, like, it's funny that he was like celebrated by the left until he decided that the left was actually like suppressing freedom to some degree.
Yeah, it's basically for me he was no longer and this is everything. If you're not in lockstep with the left, they decide you're not with us. Yeah. And then they ostracize you. Yeah. Which is the definition of a cult.
Yes.
So it's ironic that they say the right is a cult. That's what I think is ironic, because I've never seen anybody be kicked out of the right.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody be kicked out of the Conservative Party. I've only seen people be kicked out of the left.
Well, yeah.
And I'm not trying to get political, dude. If you want to get off this, dude,
I mean, I'll
get off this, dude, get off this.
Oh, yeah. No, I'll get political to like some degree. I mean, it's funny, actually. One of my good friends, so I'm like fairly down the middle, like as middle as you can get, I think.
You mean you're a normal human being with a head on your fucking shoulders?
Yeah. Yeah, and I have a very conservative friend and a very liberal friend that have been talking about wanting to start a podcast with me. Can't remember the name, but it was some like witty name, like Right, Left, and Center or something like that, where I'm like the center guy.
Sure.
And I don't think I'm gonna actually do that. But anyways, I digress.
No, keep going.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the far left Democrat Party has gone like a little bit too far. Like I haven't. It's like Bill Maher says it best. Like I haven't changed. Like the fucking. The party has changed.
That's exactly where I'm at.
Yeah.
I literally nothing about my opinions, nothing about my principles has changed.
Yeah.
This group of people went this direction. And this group of people actually just kind of stayed the same. In fact, it kind of went like this. Where like the border over here stayed, but this one just kind of expanded.
Yeah.
And so then I was just like, I'm kind of being forced over, because I'm not gonna shade away from it. I did vote for Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a mega guy.
Well,
I'm not.
I guess I'll say it publicly. I also voted for Trump.
But let me guess.
Yeah.
You're not a mega guy.
I'm not a mega guy.
You're not. Let me guess. And correct me where I'm wrong. Every step of the way. Let me guess, because I'm willing to bet that you are in the same group that I am, which is there's 30 million of us that are swing voters.
Yeah, absolutely.
That usually would have voted for the Democratic Party.
Yep.
However,
it's like
there's that sound again.
When you can't.
You heard it. You heard it, dude. You fucking heard it, dude. Thank you. I'm not losing my mind, dude. It's as if there's a fourth person in this studio who's having hunger pains, and there's a microphone pointed directly at their stomach. It's making me lose my mind. But
when you try to say stuff like I don't know, like when Supreme Court justices can't define a woman and shit like that, it's just like, what is going on here?
Which I would normally be okay with this.
Yeah.
But here's the issue I have. In common society where we live, okay, I'm an eighth black, believe it or not.
Okay.
I'm an eighth Jewish. That's where my last name comes from.
Yeah.
I'm an eighth Native American. And then the rest is a bunch of random white people from Europe. Okay?
Yeah.
Based on the income level of where I was raised, I do not identify as a rich, white, privileged American.
Right.
I much closer identify with the three minority bloods I have.
Mm-hmm.
I much more identify with my Native American heritage, the 1/8 black, and the 1/8 Jewish. And the reason for that is because I grew up poor. And so I always have been fucked with by the police. I've always been fucked up by being poor and not being properly represented in the court system. So I resonate with the experience of the black American more than I resonate with the rich white American.
Right. But that said right there, like you resonate with the experience of those people.
Because that's my life.
Right. Not necessarily like that person.
It was again.
I'm not hearing that.
You're not hearing it?
No.
Dude, it's like literally a stomach gargling.
Huh.
It's like somebody's throwing up in the microphone. Dude, this is so bizarre. It's like there's somebody in our system. It's like, in fact, I think somebody has hacked our system. That's what I think has happened, dude.
Accountability. I'm just laughing at Accountability Nation here. Who is that?
No, I think I think somebody hacked our system, and I think they don't realize we can hear them. So we're gonna get an IT guy in here. We're locking this motherfucker down, dude. Because I've gotten warned about this for a while.
Huh.
I've gotten warned about this, that I need to update my IT shit. So I think we busted you, you piece of shit, because we can hear you. I can hear his fucking stomach gargling in the fucking microphone. It is very creepy, dude.
Is it my stomach gargling?
No, dude, because while you're talking, it's as if you're going, bleh. and then when neither one of us were talking and he was out of the room, I still heard it.
Huh.
Somebody, my IT is not locked down, dude.
Interesting.
And Jason, if you're going to talk, make sure you're talking to the microphone because they can't hear you when you're standing up. Okay, fine. But at the end of the day, dude, I will still march for gay rights.
Oh, yeah.
I will still march for trans rights.
Yeah.
However,
unless they're trying to like convince 10-year-olds.
And then they claim they're not.
Yeah.
But they are.
Yes.
And that's and when I go, yeah, but here's where I draw the line, and they go, you're a bigot. And I go, no, stop, guys. We're not being reasonable anymore. And they go, no, you're a bigot.
Yeah.
And then they do that for 3.5 to 4 years, even though I didn't vote for Trump in 2020. That's the thing. I didn't vote for 20. This is the point.
Yeah.
I bet, and this is where we started this. I bet you didn't vote for Trump in 2016.
I did not.
I bet you didn't vote for Trump in 2020, did you?
Nope.
Neither did I, homeboy. Neither did I. You only voted for Trump in 2024 because for the last 8 years you've been called every name under the sun.
Yes.
This is what I try to explain to all my left-wing and Democratic brethren. You created Republicans. Even if I'm not a real Republican, which I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm what you would call a rhino. A Republican in name only.
I would say I'm
A Republican in name only.
Yeah, as far as like voting,
Republican, but I'm not a Republican.
yeah, I consider myself like if we're
I'm a
really
liberal.
getting into the weeds, I would say I'm like fairly libertarian.
We love to say that, but we're not, because libertarians are actually farther right than normal Republicans. Because libertarians are borderline anarchists, but there's this cute, and he's a libertarian. He's actually an official Libertarian Party member, and he's nodding in the background saying, "Yep." But his mic's shut off now because we're having production issues. But there's this group of people who claim to be libertarians because they think that's a middle ground, and it's not, dude.
Yeah,
It's not. Libertarians are farther right than your normal everyday Republican.
well,
Libertarians are borderline anarchists, dude.
yeah. Well, I guess so. Let me tell you like my interpretation of libertarianism, and then you let me know like where you think I stand.
He might be better at
Okay.
that, but okay, let's do this.
I'm
Curious.
Yeah, so I basically am like, well, in the simplest of terms, so very socially liberal, everything goes, and also very fiscally responsible, and also believe in like basically as minimal government as possible. Like the federal government should only be concerned with like protecting the country from invading armies, basically.
That is what the Libertarian Party used to be, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a version where me and Jason Zimmerman's coming on the podcast. Phenomenal guitar player. Him and I, ironically, never been like close friends.
Yeah.
But ironically, him and I, outside of the 9/11 conspiracy, have been almost lockstep in our political evolution.
Okay.
So what you're describing about 10 years ago and about 100 years ago would have been described as a classic liberal. Okay?
Yeah.
Meaning what you're really talking about is preserving individual civil liberties. Civil liberties. I think I said civil liberties. Yeah. You're talking about protecting individual civil liberties. So the ultimate minority, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is the single person.
Yep.
That was also, coincidentally, the Republican Party from the 70s and 80s. And I believe that is the current new version of the Republican Party as of literally 2024.
Yeah.
However, what most of us, our age, how old are you, by the way?
35.
Okay. So your age plus or minus 10 years. Unfortunately, because I'm 40.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, everybody your age plus or minus 10 years, including me, thinks of the Republican Party. And I mean everyone hyperbolically.
You're right. I feel you.
Everyone thinks of the Republican Party as the neocons of the George W. Bush era. The Dick Cheney, warmongers, high profiteering. But that's not the Republican Party that exists right now.
Fucking hilarious. That's like one of the
most. Do
most.
you follow me though? Does all of that make sense? And call me out on anything you disagree with.
That is hilarious. Like Republicans have classically been looked at as the party of war, but like there was no new wars under Trump's first term, and like Biden has only tried to continue all of the wars.
Yep, and spend a lot of money on them.
Yeah.
Yep. And here's the irony, dude. And this is why I say I'm not a mega guy. I'm not this hardcore Republican. I'm not even a libertarian because I actually am on the side of Ukraine.
Yeah, same.
So like I'm down with spending money, including billions of dollars, to defend Ukraine from Russian invasion. I have my reasons for it. We could do an entire fucking podcast because I also have one of the very few opinions that you'll ever hear on the internet. And to just throw it out there, it's not about resources. It's not about the election. It's not about NATO. It's about controlling a valley on the western side of Ukraine entering into Poland. There's this fucking, and I might have misspoke. It might not be entering into Poland. It might be in fucking Poland. I don't remember. But there's this valley where basically if you want to get shit in and out of Russia, and it's not via planes, and it's not via sea, it has to go through this one fucking valley. It's kind of like our Denver, right? Like there's only one way through the Rocky Mountains. You either go up top, which sucks. You either go way down south, which takes a lot of time, or you go through fucking Denver.
Yeah.
That's kind of what this war is about. And I know this because I know people, like real people. And there's a reason this isn't being talked about on CNN and everywhere else, because it's really about this fucking spot.
Yeah.
Because if Russia gets this spot, we will never get them out of Eastern Europe ever again.
Yeah.
Because we have nukes now. We cannot let Russia get to that spot. So that's why people like me, who are anti-war, who are anti-international intervention, even people like me are like, but in this spot, we got to throw down. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, as much as I don't like Biden or any of in that situation, I'm like, no, dude.
Yeah.
So when people are like, you're MAGA, you worship anything Trump and Elon. No, I don't. No, I don't, because I'm actually not down with how quickly Trump is trying to de-escalate this. What I wanted was Trump to get in and big dick everybody in the situation and say, get the fuck out of Crimea or else.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
But
But apparently that's not what happened. So, but here's the thing, dude. I'm not negotiating a fucking world war. That's what we're talking about. So,
yeah, I mean, I think, so
I'm not saying I'm right.
Right. It's interesting that, like, like the far lefties are, I mean, I agree with you. Like, I am totally on Ukraine's side on this.
I derailed that whole thing, but I apologize.
No, you're good. I am totally on Ukraine's side of this thing, and and that is like a situation where I think we should be helping them out.
Yeah, it's like the one situation where I'm like, spend all the money,
Yeah.
I would honestly, I'm still to this day contemplating whether I join the Foreign Legion. Like it's still a thing where I'm like, I could end this podcast tomorrow and be like, no, I'm going to fight Russia. Like, and I know how insane that sounds when I say it out loud. But I'm also dead ass serious. It could be tomorrow. I might wake up tomorrow and be like, I'm going. So don't be fucking surprised if this is the last podcast.
That's amazing.
I'm not fucking around. I'm dead ass serious.
I thought about joining the military for a while there. My high school girlfriend's whole family was like a military family, and they almost had me convinced. Then I didn't do it, and then one of my best friends from high school like basically failed out of college. Like, we lived together first year of college. We both failed out. He joined the military. I almost did. But
let me ask you this, because here's my dad was a Marine, and my grandfather was a Marine, and I know a lot of people who were in the military, Special Forces, Army, Navy, all of it. There's only two reasons you join the military.
Yeah.
You either want to kill people or you want to be killed. Which is why I didn't join the fucking military. Because at that moment in my life, I didn't want to die.
Yeah.
Nor did I want to murder people.
Right.
And murder isn't even the right word, because you're not murdering in war. You're killing.
Right.
There's a distinct difference.
Yeah. Murder is
it's an offensive act.
Is a felony. Killing people is not.
Murder is
in
offensive. War. Killing is defensive.
Yep.
It's two very different things. It's like football.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't want to ever injure somebody while I played football, but I wanted to hurt everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Two very different things.
For sure.
Two very different things.
For
Like,
sure.
I was here to hurt you. I was here to intimidate you. I was here to question whether you wanted to do this. You know?
Yeah.
Like I was here to fuck you up, dude.
Yeah.
Like I had a bad upbringing. Like I was here to prove something to myself and to God.
What is that? The most libertarian
Bring it up.
thing I've heard all day.
Bring it up. What is it said? What did he say? No, Jason, bring the fucking thing on the screen so we can read it. Jesus Christ. Now scroll down. Make it bigger.
Okay, that is the most libertarian thing I've heard all day, but no context. Okay.
That was my
Sorry.
response to
I got sidetracked.
What were you responding to? Mine or his?
his.
What did he say? Okay,
Or as I
explain
saw
it again.
How I see
Say, okay.
Oh, like
remind
I
us.
did?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Remind us. What did he say? Yep, that's the classic definition of libertarianism. That's what sucked me in back in the day. I was socially
Yeah.
liberal, which means I was pro-gay rights,
Yeah.
right? I was pro-trans rights. I'm pro-everything, pro-weed, like do your own thing, do no harm kind
Yeah.
of philosophy socially. But
Yep.
but fiscally, I don't want to spend money so you can go to college to study black feminist art history.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the kind of shit. I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to go to school for it. I'm just saying at tax dollars shouldn't pay for it.
Yeah.
That's the classic libertarian philosophy. However, like many political movements, what happened to the political movement of the Libertarian Party was they basically went full ass anarchy. And they
it's just
succeeded.
a bunch of clowns. Like it's
But-
just like
Let's admit it. Hold on. I gotta admit this. I want you to take over at any time you feel free, but I have to finish this phrase or this rant. They won. Here's the thing the Democrats will never admit. They were so crazy, the Libertarians joined the Republican Party and won because guess what happened? The Department of Education is being defunded. That was a wholeheartedly fundamental policy of Jill Jorgensen and the Libertarian Party that I voted for in 2020.
yeah.
Jill Jorgensen campaigned on the idea of defunding and eliminating the Department of Education. Why I'm saying this and why this is so important
Yeah.
is because the Democratic Party was so crazy that the Libertarian Party actually joined the Republicans
Yeah.
and influenced the Republican Party to the point where they got what they wanted.
Yeah.
This doesn't mean they were right. It doesn't mean it's right. What it means is, and I think this is what you were getting at, and this is what I was getting at, is that the left, the Libertarian Party, or I'm sorry, not the Libertarian Party, the left, the Progressive Party has gotten so fucking crazy that everybody left.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone left. And they alienated everybody who wasn't them.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Yeah, and dude, I mean, and like the polls, like even like there was some like Harvard poll that came out recently, which I have to imagine like anyone that's answering a Harvard poll is like pretty young or like on the internet a lot. And it was just like astounding numbers for like all the things that Trump is doing. It was like 80% approval rating for certain things down to like 60% approval for like certain stuff, but like like across the board it was just like yes, Trump basically.
The thing that scares the shit out of me is that I happen to agree with a bunch of shit that's happening, but the way it's being done is through executive order, which is basically a dictatorship. So no matter how much I love it right now, it scares the shit out of me because we're expanding the power of that individual office. And that is not something I love for 10 years from now, for 20 years from now.
That's true. But I guess as far as my understanding is like since a lot of these things are executive order, they can just be instantly reversed, like when assumably a Democrat is elected next, because that's like kind of what happens in our country.
Right. Yeah,
So,
we go
like,
back and forth.
I have to assume that some Democrat is going to, and this is another thing too, is like I can name a lot of like future Republican presidential candidates. I can't think of a single one other than like maybe AOC or something for the top of the Democrat ticket.
It's going to be interesting. They're experiencing their own internal civil war.
Yeah.
I've said this. So when Trump won, I realized very quickly that 50% of the party on the left is straight up mentally ill.
Yeah.
Like, they're crazy people.
Yeah.
Like, they're literally not living in the real world.
A bunch of blue-haired, like, just completely detached from fucking real world.
Yep.
Which is, like, kind of the realm that we're both in to some degree, being musicians. At least I feel
Surrounded by the creatives.
At least, yeah, because it's like, and this is another thing too I've thought about is like,
can we pause for a second and just say before we accidentally sound like we're talking shit about the blue hairs, because I already know how you feel because you're a musician.
Yeah.
Can we just pause and say how much we love and respect the crazy people?
Oh yeah.
As musicians,
for sure,
we need them. We want them. Like, we want you to fucking wave your freak flag high.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't want to get rid of crazy people. We don't want to get rid of trans people. We don't. If you're a weird person, we love you.
Exactly.
As musicians, we both adore you. Actually.
Exactly,
you
dude. I consider myself a hippie to some degree, and also what you just said.
Like, they make everything interesting, but keep going.
Yeah.
Like, they still went too far.
Yes.
And we maybe don't want them in positions of power. That's what we're kind of getting at. We want you to create art and make life interesting, but maybe you shouldn't be a senator. Maybe you shouldn't be a CEO.
Exactly. Yeah, dude. And yeah, it's crazy. Like, I think, yeah, and kind of down to its core, it's like to some degree, like the idea of like nothing, like personal responsibility. That's a big like right wing talking point, or which shouldn't be a right wing talking point, but like everyone should kind of be responsible for themselves and like take ownership of what they're doing and like be able to, you know, like, I don't know, fucking, I need a bailout right now. I lost my train of thought.
Well, I think I know what you're saying, though. And this is kind of what I was alluding to, because I kind of sense that we were both kind of losing the thread here.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of trying to bring this home. But basically the idea is that the reasonable people used to just seem like they were in the middle.
Yep.
But everything has gotten pushed so far distorted to every side, but specifically the left.
Yes.
That now just normal dudes from 20 years ago, like, we're just kind of like accidentally on the right.
Yeah.
We're not MAGA. We're not Trump supporters. We don't worship Elon. We're just acknowledging, dude, like, things are really bad. And that other group over there isn't actually making things better. They're making a certain group feel better. And I think that's what you're kind of trying to get at.
Exactly. Like,
I think that's what
it is not, it, like, saying, like, yeah, and yeah, like saying every base. Let's just return to meritocracy as like and one end of things,
right?
Like,
and what people think is that no. DEI is just making sure that black people have a voice in drumming.
Yeah,
And you're like, yeah, I hear you, but what's actually happening, and I'm doing the thing I talked about earlier where I'm using a metaphor.
Yeah,
and I'm making a specific point at the same time. They're saying DEI is just making sure that black people are represented in drumming in local rock bands.
Right.
And then what the rest of us are saying is, yeah, but I just want the best drummer for my band. And it happens to be Ben Fagerness.
Yeah.
Right? And they're going, yeah, but there's not enough black drummers in Minnesota rock bands.
Yeah. Like,
So you're gonna get a demotion in your DEI score because you don't have enough black people in your band.
yeah, dude,
Now-
it's crazy.
Now I'm gonna give you a literal example how this manifests. Because
Yeah.
this sounds innocent at first, but here's how this manifests. When I was in Jamaica, my wife and I go to Jamaica as often as we can. We got married in Jamaica. We love Jamaica. It's our place. Jamaican people are some of the nicest, greatest human beings on the planet.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with Jamaican people. But
Yeah.
I'm using Jamaica as an example because they used it as an example. On their own travel channel that my wife and I have this weird affinity for when we're in the hotel room, we like to put on the Jamaican travel channel.
Yeah.
And all of a
Fuck
sudden
yeah.
it pops up and it goes, Jamaica's water park, ... I don't even remember what it's called. Won the world's most diverse water park. And I went, that's a weird thing to win in Jamaica.
Yeah.
I was like, what do they mean by that? Because this was in the height of all this.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
me being me, I was like, what do they mean by that? I have to understand this, right? Because we're bored. We're listening to the travel channel in the hotel. Like, clearly we're not doing anything. So I look it up, and sure as shit, on their own website, the world's most diverse water park. I'm like, what the fuck? like,
Like,
okay,
I mean,
they have to.
that can't possibly be true
possibly
because it's
thinking
like
what I'm thinking about, right? So then I click the fucking button, the hyperlink or whatever it's called, and they show a picture. And guess what that picture looks like?
100% Jamaicans.
Yes.
So
However, guess what? Jamaica is not 100% black people from Jamaica.
yeah.
They have Chinese, they have Indians, and they have white people.
yeah.
There was not a single person who wasn't black in that photo.
So because it
Now
was
everybody's thinking, Jared, you sound racist right now. No. What I'm saying is that's literally not diversity. Diversity would mean it's in Jamaica, but they still have a couple white people. They still have a couple Chinese people. They still have a couple Indian people.
Yeah.
And they have a great percentage of their own minorities working at that water park. To me, that's what diversity would mean.
right.
No. It was 100% black people, which clearly means, if you just simply think about this with no emotion, what it shows you is that diversity means no white people. That's what that meant.
Yes.
So that was the first step for me to go, DEI is bullshit.
Yeah.
DEI
Yeah.
is racist. And then when I did my own deep dive, when we got back to America, because that was literally the moment where I went, this is weird. And then I looked into it, dude. And at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with diversity, equity, or inclusion. It has to do with an anti-white man policy, which is
Yes.
literal racism.
Yes.
But
yeah.
if you say that, you're a bigot and you're a racist.
Yeah, dude. It's the whole thing about DI is so incredibly fucked up because it's just like one of my I can't remember who said this in an interview, but like some like super DI advocate was being interviewed by some rational human, and they were like, well, Martin Luther King said that we should not judge people by the color of their skin, but by their character. And they were just like, well, Martin Luther King said a lot of things, and like we believe in DEI, and like it was fucking crazy. It was just like yeah, like DEI is advocating for racism.
No, it literally is because
full on.
Because here's what's going to happen someday. What's going to happen someday is the best guy for the job is going to be a black woman. But
Yeah.
I need to hit a diversity quota, so I need to hire an Asian man
Yes.
who isn't the best for the job.
Right.
That's the actual application
Right.
of
And-
the idyllic
and
philosophy we're preaching here.
And already, most of the
Or
world
vice
is
versa,
most
by
of
way.
the world
or vice
is,
versa. I need to. The best guy's an Asian man, but
Right,
I need
right,
to
right.
hire a black woman. Whatever. Pick your.
Yeah.
Pick whatever makes you more offended. That's
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, most of the world is not white already, and which is fine. And in America, I mean,
no one
it will come to a point where white people are the minority, and then what does DEI look like then? I mean,
And here's the thing: the good white people who aren't racist don't
Right.
give a fuck about that outcome.
right?
The only thing they care about is, yeah, but do we have good, competent people in
Yeah.
charge?
Yeah,
I don't care if they're fucking Latino. I don't care if they're black. I don't care if they're gay. I don't care if
Exactly.
they chop their dick off and they claim they're a woman.
exactly.
I don't give a fuck. The only thing I care about is that you are the smartest, most qualified person to lead that fucking position. That's
Yeah.
all I care about.
Exactly, and I mean, and the way things are going in this country, I mean, white people are going to be the minority very soon, which is fine. But it's like, what happens then?
So let's bring this back to a music analogy,
Yeah.
right? So let's eliminate race.
Mm-hmm.
Let's eliminate gender. Okay? Let's discriminate based on chops. Let's discriminate based on songwriting ability.
Okay.
Let's discriminate based on stage presence. Is this starting to make a lot
Yeah.
of fucking sense all of a sudden?
Yeah.
For anybody that wasn't following any of these analogies, does this suddenly make sense? We don't need Neil Peart. We don't need dude from Dream
Yeah,
Theater.
like
we don't
fuck-
need the Rev. We need the dude from Rage Against the Machine. We need Lars Ulrich.
Yeah.
We need
Yeah, like
Meg from the White Stripes.
basically fuck Neil Peart, fuck Mike Portnoy. Like, everyone needs to play AC/DC beats all the time,
Or vice versa.
or
vice versa.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. I
Yeah.
need Meg White to make the White Stripes sound good.
yeah.
If I had Neil Peart in the White Stripes suck. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, the meritocracy works both ways. It's about creativity. It's about application.
Yep.
It's not just about chops.
Yeah.
We're not talking about, but we are kind of talking about, there's not enough female representation
Well,
in
yeah,
metal
I mean-
music. So Meg White is now the drummer for Dream Theater. Are you fucking kidding me? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Well,
You
yeah,
follow
well,
me?
for sure, yeah. And in a purely artistical avenue, I mean, it's like whoever is best for, like, I mean, obviously that's different than like something that's like athletic based or something like that, where it's like measurable, because music is subjective. But
Well, you're still a sports guy though. So let's do a 3-point analogy, okay?
yeah,
Music, tech, and politics.
Okay.
Okay? So music, we have anyone between Meg White, Lars Ulrich, and Neil Peart to Danny Carey. Okay?
yeah,
Now in tech, we have anyone from Elon Musk to Tim Cook to Bill Gates to Steve Jobs. All right?
yeah,
You can take this, you can go anywhere you want with this. But if you take any one of those people and you put them in the wrong scenario, in the wrong position of leadership, it's a disaster.
yeah.
But because each one of those people were in the right positions, it was
Exactly.
Lars Ulrich created Metallica.
Absolutely.
No matter who wants to fucking admit it.
Yeah. Oh,
Metallica
dude, I
is
am
not Metallica without
I
Lars.
I am
It's not
complete.
happening.
Yeah, like anyone who says like bags on Lars or whatever, like I get it as far as like drumming ability goes, but that guy is Metallica. Like without him, there is no Metallica.
Yeah, if there's not James Hetfield, if there's not Lars Ulrich, there is no Metallica.
Yeah.
And we know this in retrospect because Cliff Burton is no longer there and Dave Mustaine is no longer there. But guess who is still there? Metallica,
Yeah.
right? So you can do that with Apple. You can do that with Tesla. You can do that with a number of different fields where these specific people in these specific, and again with politics,
Yeah.
right? You get the right position, the right person. Like so a great example for me. Tulsi Gabbard, whether I like it or not, running for president, didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
Loser.
I thought I would have voted for her.
I definitely would have. I love her.
Yeah, she's great.
But she lost. She's a loser.
yeah.
However, it's with the right people, put her in a position. Now she's director of national security.
Mm-hmm.
Or national intelligence, sorry. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's harmony. You see what I'm saying? It's getting to that meritocracy instead of the diversity. So instead of us saying we don't have enough minority women in position of power and putting Kamala Harris as president,
who is exclusively like
Right?
Biden saying, I know this wasn't your original point, but
no, go ahead. Though.
but Biden.
And
I'm
a little
going.
drunk, so I'm losing the thread.
Yeah. I'm going to. A black woman is going to be my vice presidential candidate. Doesn't matter if she's
That's
the best
exactly-
qualified.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
yeah.
and in fact, specifically what he said was a woman of color.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You want a woman of color to be your vice president? It should have been Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Like, that's my point.
Yeah.
Because even if you want to go DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, even if you want to say a prerequisite, you still didn't pick the right person
Yeah.
because she was the best.
Yeah.
I still to this day, I wish Tulsi Gabbard was the president of the United States. And I have said this since 2016.
Yeah.
Like, my vote has not changed.
Yeah.
Wherever Tulsi Gabbard's loyalty has gone, coincidentally, is where my loyalty has gone. And you know why? It's not a loyalty to her. It's because my principles align with hers.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fucking wild,
Dude,
bro. 'Cause
yeah.
she's awesome.
Yeah, dude, for sure, dude. Like she's great on like. I'm sure you've listened to all of her appearances on Rogan, and
She's great, dude.
and just like her own podcast, which I think she ended, but not
Yeah,
sure.
I think you're right. I think she did it.
Not sure about that.
No, she's awesome, dude. I either way, to wrap this whole thing up and bring it back to music, like at the end of the day, the drummer I want for my band is the best drummer that fits my band.
Yeah, yeah,
It's not always even the best drummer. It's the best drummer for my band.
yeah. Dude, I said I wasn't gonna. Well, I mean, all of my close
Do
friends
it.
actually already know I fucking voted for Trump, but said I wasn't gonna lose friends over this podcast. Maybe I did. Probably not.
I think if you lose friends,
No, I mean all my.
it will be temporary.
Oh yeah.
And if it's even temporary, or if it's more than temporary, I think it's worth it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, realistically, everyone that I'm actually hang out with like knows who I am. So.
And here's the thing, dude. In the long run, I think people are going to look up to you.
Yeah.
Even if they don't agree with you, I
Yeah.
think people are going to respect you and have an admiration for you for having the balls to admit that in public on a podcast.
Yeah. Especially in the field we're both in. I mean, because it's like, dude,
The town we're in.
yeah, and the town we're in, like, it's just full on the furthest left position you can possibly imagine everywhere I look. So it definitely does feel like if you're like against that at all, you're
and this
fucking...
is okay. So now I remember. There's two groups of people that oppose you right now. There's people who I think will come around and later consider you to be reasonable. And then there's the mentally ill.
Yeah.
And those people will never be happy.
Yeah, and dude, that's what it comes down to is happiness. Like, so I sort of alluded to this earlier when you brought up being a Christian. I recently started going to church, which surprises pretty much everyone I tell.
That's pretty cool, though. I mean, it takes balls to do that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm still not really for sure how I feel about all the theology and whatnot, but
most of it's bullshit. Just
yeah,
so you know.
yeah.
As a Christian, most of it's bullshit.
Most of it is bullshit, but like the thing that got me was like it was funny. Like I walked in there with Nilo actually, and we walked in and we were just like, wow, all these people are so fucking happy. Like they got to be like fucking with us. Like how is everyone so happy
It's
here?
weird.
Yeah, and because we're used to just being around fucking depressing musician types, basically. And
no, it's the ability to let go of the guilt.
Yeah.
It's something very unique and very special within Christianity, and I think a lot of shitty people don't understand what that means. So they think you can just do whatever you want and then just like be forgiven. And that's not what it is. What it is that you fucked up. You know you fucked up.
Yeah.
You need to be forgiven in order for you to let go of that.
Yeah.
And then you ask forgiveness. You're given forgiveness, and then you don't continue to do that fucked up thing.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
And that's what nobody really seemed. The surface level, shallow, ignorant, especially musician. Oh, you just do whatever you want, and then you ask forgiveness, and then everything's good. Oh, that's a fucking bullshit scheme. That's not how it works.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you have to actually, like, stop doing the thing in order to be forgiven, you fucking idiot. Like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, who would... Do you think something that's stupid and shallow and easily identifiable would it be this successful for thousands of years? Like, what are you even talking about, dude?
Yeah, like
so I'm not convincing you that it's real, but like that's why you saw that and felt that is because those people are able to, at least for a little while, let go of their guilt.
Right.
And that's a very, very liberating feeling.
Dude, yeah, absolutely. And the at least for a little while part is key because it's like it's an hour a week on Sunday and you just get this like blast of positivity and like you're just like, man, all these people are so happy. Like happiness is possible.
Yeah, except a few times a year. If you go to that same church, there's a couple times a year they'll blast you with that guilt.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It's so constructive because when a good Christian church, and this is why I never stick with a church, is because they always go too far. But again, until that moment, everything's constructive.
Yep.
But they'll eventually hit you with something. Like one day they hit me, and this is why me and my wife quit going to this specific church. Is they hit me with this thing in the middle of the sermon. If your spouse doesn't also believe in God, you should leave them because you can't have a good, healthy marriage.
Yeah.
Unless both spouses believe in God. And I'm the one who believes in God. My wife is the atheist. And I literally stand up and I went, "You're full of shit." And then walked out. I'm the Christian and I did that. And I grabbed my wife's hand and we left. Because no, my wife does not need to believe in God.
Yeah, yeah.
The only thing my wife needs to do is not disrespect God. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Because eventually she'll find God.
Right.
Because it's real in my eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So, like, I'm not going to pressure her. I'm married to this woman. We're going to have kids together.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to believe what I believe. She just needs to not be an asshole.
Yeah, dude, for sure. Like yeah, like so yeah,
it's
like,
not rocket science.
like this church. So I recently started dating this girl that lives out in.
Just don't tell my kids I'm an idiot. That's it.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's definitely been some sermons at both of the churches I've attended in the last, like, 6 months that were just like, I don't know about this.
Here's the one thing I'll tell you, brother.
Yeah.
When these human beings speak in these churches, they are nothing more
Than human beings. Yeah.
The only words you should ever listen to are the words of Jesus Christ. Because if you listen to the words of Jesus Christ, he is the only human being whose wisdom and advice are infallible. You can't argue with them. You just can't. No one's been smarter than Jesus.
Yeah.
This is irrefutable. And I will debate this to the end. I will die on this hill with any Scientologist, any Muslim, any fucking Mormon, any atheist. They can't beat him.
Yeah.
This is why I believe in God. This is why I believe in Jesus and Christianity. I'm also not very preachy, man.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of this philosophy and this version of love and wisdom is to plant seeds, man. Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of judging, but it's not like judging is like condemnation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I might tell you your ways are wrong.
Right.
But I'm not.
But you're still gonna like.
I'm not gonna end
love the
you.
person.
I'm not gonna exactly.
Yeah.
I'll condemn your actions, but I'm not gonna condemn you.
Yeah.
That's a real Christian. Unfortunately, I would say 75% of Christians are bullshit. 75% of Christians they're in it for the neighborhood image,
Yeah.
I volunteer at my church. Yeah, you're a fucking pedophile. Like a literal pedophile. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
That's the problem.
For sure.
75% of people that do anything good are doing it for evil reasons.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fucking problem.
Yeah, yeah. Like I would consider myself.
I made that number up, but whatever. I'm confident in it.
For sure. I would consider myself very much so a quote unquote scene tourist in the
Sure.
in the church.
And that's fair. And that's most people probably should be, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're super devout, I'm actually super sus with those people.
Yeah.
Some of the two groups that I am undeniably uncomfortable being in the same room with. There's two groups.
Yeah.
And it's the exact same feeling. Hardcore Christians. Because I'm pretty sure one of you have a bunch of kids buried in your basement.
Yeah.
And the second one is hardcore lefties.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure somebody's got a bunch of dead kids buried in their basement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's only been two groups that I've ever felt that way about. And it's the farthest version of the left, which are basically atheists and communists and fucking hippy-dippy fucking vegans, all that shit.
Yeah.
All that weird shit. And then, super weird Christian.
Yeah.
Super weird Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, you said fuck. We don't want you in our church anymore. So I said a sound with my mouth that you don't like? What are we talking about right now?
That's so funny. Yeah, dude, yeah. Yeah, I mean I feel
Spiking
like
Viking says, I like girls with armpit hair. Discuss. Thank you for the tabletop discussion.
dude, I dated
pass on girls with armpit hair.
I dated a girl with that didn't shave her armpits. I get the lefty pass now.
Yeah, I did date a girl with armpit hair, and it was difficult. It was difficult. I am not that evolved. Call me primal. Call me. I mean, here's the thing. If I'm really primal, I'm actually into hair, right?
Yeah.
So isn't
So really, you're just a pussy, dude.
Oh shit! You got me, homie. You got me. Homie. You got me.
You're not totally animalistic.
All right. Well, as we wrap this up, I want to talk about Sky Island a little bit. 'Cause
Yeah.
I feel like we did a decent job of talking about.
Dude, so
Cavernous Maw.
I brought my backpack down here because I wanted to surprise you. I probably should have done this earlier on in the episode, but
Okay.
I have a gift for you.
Okay. I love gifts. These are my favorite moments of every podcast. Is it a T-shirt?
No, it's not. It is a beer glass.
No way! Holy shit, dude!
I got a lot of shit for you.
Oh, hold on.
Hell yeah.
I don't care if I catch hepatitis F.
You might catch some disease from there. I'm not sure.
I don't give
it
a
was
fuck.
in my backpack.
Hepatitis F, here I come.
But, hell yeah.
The alcohol will not
And
kill
I
it.
got a banner
You got a
for it.
scrim? Dude, did you really bring us a scrim?
It's a wall flag or / scrim, I guess.
Dude, that's going up.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Jason, where should we put this? Honestly, with the colors, I
There's
think we should
to the
put it
camera.
behind the. I think we should put it behind the mandolin. I think the colors in that would
Hell yeah.
would be perfect behind the mandolin over there.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Oh, dude, Jason, take this, because I don't want to fuck this up. I'm smoking cigars. I got ashes and
then
cinders.
I got
Get this away from everything with an ash or a cherry. Don't put that anywhere near anything flammable. We're gonna put it right behind that mandolin, dude.
Fuck yeah, dude. Then I got 3 different hats, which
fuck, bro!
I'll both you guys can get one. I guess I'll give you the first choice.
No,
just
we'll give
'cause.
Jason the first.
Okay,
choice.
Jason the first choice.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, there you go.
You're the man. Thank
Yeah, for sure, dude. And
I'm gonna let Murph pick the next one. Actually, no, Murph gets this one. We have a second producer.
Oh, dude, well, take all of them. They're all yours.
I'm taking this one.
Hell yeah.
I'm taking this one, and I will wear this every time I snowblow.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Every time I snowblow, because I snowblow all the neighbors around me. It's not just me.
Oh,
So-
that's cool of you.
So you're gonna see
Fuck
a
yeah.
bunch of black people seeing your stupid logo.
Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You should take a video of that dude. That would be amazing to see a video of. I'm a black person blowing snow in this neighborhood, and this is a stupid logo. Sky Island.
I didn't
Fuck
mean to
yeah.
say stupid logo. I meant silly logo, but my dumbass language. I'm sorry, dude. I'm such
Oh,
a
no.
douchebag sometimes.
Oh, dude, I love it.
no,
that's
these are-
great.
this is great merch.
Oh, thank you,
Like the quality of it.
dude. Thanks, man.
Like you guys don't fuck around, dude.
Oh no, yeah. I've
If you guys want to order this merch, go to skyisland.com or whatever your website is.
Sky Island HQ.
This is legit,
.com.
This is like a leather patch. This
Yeah.
isn't bullshit printed. This is like super high quality, dude.
Yeah, thank
and
you.
the material of the hat, dude. This matters, dude. Because this is the thing. This is where we make our real money as musicians, right?
Oh yeah, the music is just promo for the merch.
It really is nowadays. That's the cycle we're at in the music industry.
Yep.
There was a time where we made money on the records, but that's not where we're at anymore.
Yeah.
Now where we're at is the music gets you to our shows, and the shows get you to buy our merch.
Mm-hmm.
If you like a band, go to their show. So that's one thing. Okay, before we end this, I've been trying to get everybody to talk about what they could do to help music that isn't already famous. We used to say underground music, but there's no such thing as the underground anymore. What I've kind of figured out is that we need to start giving advice applicable to the position you're in. So, if you're a fan, here's what you can do to support the music, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a bar owner or a club owner, or a sound guy or a booking agent, here's what you would do.
Yeah.
So as a band, if you're in a band,
Yeah.
what do you think the best thing bands can do to actually help the music scene be better?
The best
Which
thing
includes helping themselves be more successful.
the best thing bands can do?
Yeah. So if you're in a band, doesn't matter the genre.
I would say just doing everything as like professional quality as you can possibly make it, because it really just always comes down to marketing. If somebody sees, so for example, like an easy example is like a show flyer, for example. Like if somebody sees your band name on a flyer that looks shitty, they just assume that the bands are shitty. And so like if you have a professional flyer, and it doesn't need to be like you don't need to pay somebody $1,000 to make you a flyer, but like
maybe pay them $40.
Yeah, like if somebody takes your logo, for example, and just like does like a snip and like all the fucking edges are still there and it's just like a big black square on the fucking flyer and it just looks like shit, like people that reflects poorly on your band. And so just like super simple stuff like that, like everything you do should be of quality.
So make it look good.
Make it look good. That's really it. I think that's where most
just don't look like a shitty local band.
Yeah, that's where most bands fail miserably, I would say.
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that so much. I agree with it so much. To the point
or like calling, like when you book a show, like the bands are the draw of the show, like not the genre of the show. So like calling a show, like promoting a show on Facebook as like Metal Night at Club Underground, like that is a bullshit shitty way to promote a show.
Great point.
Like don't put on Facebook like Metal Night at Club Underground. Put the name of the show is the band's playing. And that and like printing quality merch, making shit that people actually want to buy, not just like printing the cheapest shit you can find, which is enticing because like
hats.
Yeah, which is enticing because like you want to save money, but like you want shit that people actually want to wear. Like everyone has their favorite shirts out of their closet. Like what makes that their favorite shirt? I looked at when we print all my band's merch now, we printed on Next Level, is the brand name. It's like a super soft shirt.
Saying,
yeah, like just like because you gotta think like you're competing with, like, if you're trying to actually get your music out to the average person, like you're competing against huge bands, and what do huge bands do? They spend money on promotion, so and like quality looking shit. So you just want to be quality at all steps of the way.
And this is assuming you think your band is good enough, you think your recording is good enough, you think you've done all these other things good enough.
Yes.
So we're assuming your band's good.
Yes.
And what
like,
you need to do to the next thing is get your name out there. So what Ben's talking about is high quality merchandise that people are willing to buy. So So here's the point. You could do this. You could do this hat, which is an actual piece of what feels like felt, leather, or suede. Okay? And a really high quality printing on this. And high quality sewn. Like it feels like the stitches are really well done. And then this hat is incredibly good quality material. It feels comfortable to put on your head. So when I show up to the merch booth and I see this and you want to charge $35 for this because you're opening for your favorite national act, I think this might be worth it.
Yeah.
Because I liked your band and I listened to a podcast like this.
Yeah.
And I understand how important it is at this point to pay for merchandise from the opening bands.
Yep.
Because I think your band's dope and I want to see you succeed. So I'm going to go buy your merch. Now, the point is, I think what you're really saying is I could do a shitty version of this
Yeah.
and print this with some sketchy ass fucking ink printing over the embroidery that stretches, and I could charge $12. However, when I see that, I don't see any value.
Exactly.
I don't think it looks good. I don't think it's going to uphold very well.
Exactly.
So ironically, even though it's way more affordable, I'm actually less likely to buy it because not only do I think it looks like shit and do I think the quality is shit,
yeah.
but I don't feel like I'm really like supporting something legit.
Yeah.
And that's the important point that you're saying.
Yes.
Is that if your band invests money in things that matter, your fans or potential fans are more likely to also support something because it obviously matters to you.
Yes.
And I think that's ultimately what you're trying to say here.
Yes. I think, yeah, exactly. Like the single biggest mistake I think most smaller and local bands make is like going the cheap route and, like I said, like just making shitty looking flyers, shitty looking events.
Merch, yeah, all
Metal night at whatever, who's playing, we don't know because it's called Metal Night.
Oh, and
like,
that was
yeah,
your other thing. Is
yeah,
don't do the theme nights.
Yeah.
Metal night at Club Underground is cute. But
Yeah.
you know what's way more dope? A metal band that draws 70 people, a rock band that draws 70 different people,
Yeah.
another rock band that
Yeah.
draws 70 different people, and a
Yeah.
hip hop band that draws 70 different people.
Yeah, exactly.
And suddenly we have 280 people
yeah.
in a room that only holds 180 people. And
Yeah.
suddenly we have the dopest night that anyone has ever experienced in that room because we literally
Yeah.
can't get people in the room fast enough.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, it's so funny, dude, because these are things that I have preached on this podcast
Yeah.
for over 4 years. I've never met you before. We just gotten to hang out and know each other tonight.
Yeah.
But almost 100% of the things I believe in and 100% of the things you believe in line up.
Yeah.
That's how we can kind of start to think maybe we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think so.
You know what I mean?
It's been, dude, this has been super cool, super fun, man. Like,
A lot of people mistake me for coming across like I know everything. What
Yeah.
I'm really doing is listening to people like you and regurgitating that and adding my own spin on it.
Yep.
Having conversations with hundreds of musicians. In fact, thousands of musicians before the podcast.
Yeah.
And distilling this. Talk about water, right? Like we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And distilling this down to its purest form. That's the goal of this podcast. Is to show young entertainers how to think and how to operate
Yep.
and how to approach their own careers. Whether they're just starting or they've been doing it for a while and they're struggling, or they're kind of doing well and they just need a little validation that they're doing the right
Yep.
things. That's the goal of this podcast. And I don't
Mhm.
care if you're a comedian. I don't care if you're a fucking athlete. I don't care if you're a musician. The moral of these stories in every single podcast always remains the same. Comes back down to what you started the podcast with.
Yep.
Reps. Reps. Reps.
Yep.
Reps. Like, none of these things can be replicated any other version than actual reps. And I know I said replicated and reps. Saying replicated repetitions. Can't replicate this thing
Yeah.
through conversations. You have to actually do it. You have to actually do the rehearsals. You have to actually make the effort to
Yep.
accomplish just 1% better version of what you're currently doing.
Yeah, man.
You follow me on that?
Oh, yeah, for sure, dude. It's just one foot in front of the other all the time.
Yeah. It's
Constantly looking
no
ahead.
glory.
Yeah, yeah.
But that is the glory, right?
Yeah.
Isn't the glory the lack of the glory?
Yeah, dude, my friend My friend Jeff has the cheesiest and funniest line ever. Breaks my heart that pirates spend their whole life searching for treasure when the real treasure is the friends made along the way.
Yeah. 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 But guess what?
Oh, it's so funny.
Here's the second part of that story. And this is what I love about phrases. I got two more for you.
Yeah.
If they don't find the treasure, they go broke.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the key, right? Like that's the trick. Like it's the same thing. It's not the result; it's the journey.
Yep.
You get cute until the only way you get paid is the result. So it's the contradiction to the thing we talked about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Oh, if you don't bench 400, it's okay because now you're benching 335 and you couldn't bench, right? We
Yeah.
yeah, until your entire fucking tribe and everybody dies if you can't bench 400. Then you better fucking learn how to bench 400. You see what I'm saying? So like everything's all cute and adorable until survival's on the line. And that's a tough thing to wrestle. It really is.
Yeah.
Like when is something good enough? And then we start and that's the ultimate and we'll wrap this up, but like this is the ultimate question to ask yourself. Stopping at 335 versus 340 is cool for you. But you might leave your tribe or your community at risk. So don't stop trying to get to 400. That's what I'm really getting at.
For sure.
It's like you may have capped at 335, but you need to still keep trying to get to 400.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm a firm believer in you're either getting ahead or getting behind. There's no staying in one place. So
Man, this was so much fun tonight, dude.
This was super fun,
this
dude.
was super fun, dude. I want to have you on again. I want to do a little bit more next time you come on. I want to get more into like practice routines. And some of that kind of stuff. But it was great getting to know you tonight, man. You're such a good dude. And,
thank you.
And I think you got a good head on your shoulders, man. And anybody who's in a band with you should feel lucky because having a good drummer who's creatively apt and philosophically understands how to be a part of a group is so important and so rare. So I hope your band members and all your bands appreciate you. And I also hope that you genuinely appreciate what you bring to the table. You're a rare human. And you should know that.
I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me on, dude. This has been super fun. I like I said a few times tonight, I didn't really know you too well before today, and I think the same about you. So this is fun. I'd love to come back. So.
Absolutely, man. Well, Jason, let's wrap this up, man. Get us out of here. What shows you got to plug?
Let's see. March 5th, we're at Cavernous Maw is at the Underground Music Cafe with Fragged Out. And then everything beyond that isn't even announced yet, but we will be playing at the Black Forest Cafe in April. We're going to be playing with Nothingness, which I'm very excited about, in June. And then we have another one in July. Those will be announced very soon. And then Graveslave's playing Slam Dakota down in South Dakota in the summer. I think that's about it for now. All of the bands have records either recently released or coming out very soon. Sky Island and Cavernous Maw just released a record. Graveslave and Glory Hole Guillotine and Herder will all be releasing Guillotine. Will be yeah, you caught me.
I will die on this hill.
Yeah. I appreciate it because I need to switch my ways, but all those bands will have records coming out by the end of the year, so check it all out.
I'm playing April 26th. We're opening for Blue Felix. We're playing with Duratio. We are playing with Bullets and Butterflies. We are playing with 32 Headshots, Casanatra, Several other bands I can't remember the names of, but tickets are cheap. Go to skyway.com if you want to see the details and get tickets. Love you guys. We're out of here. Have a good night. Like and subscribe. Follow him. Follow me, Jared Singer Live. We're out.
Hell yeah.